Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or good morning. I'm seeing we have viewers from all around the world joining us for the Scrabble Tournament from Albany, New York. Matt Canik holding down the commentary booth, and carrying the torch with me the rest of the way is Charles Reinke. Charles, how are you this morning?
Doing pretty good, Matt. Stayed up a little bit too late last night, but I think I'm well rested, ready to provide 8 hours of hopefully informative and illuminating Scrabble commentary.
Informative or illuminating, perhaps entertaining, almost definitely. There's never a dull moment over the Scrabble board with these folks. We have some fantastic Scrabble coming your way. The first 15 games have been played in this tournament, but it's a 27-game event. There's a lot of Scrabble yet to happen. We'll be right here with it on Let's Play Scrabble all day today and continuing the action on Sunday. But in the CSW division right now, at 13-2, sole possession of first place goes to Ben Schoenbrunn of upstate New York himself. He is no stranger to winning major North American tournaments over the summer. Last year he won the Word Cup right here on the Let's Play Scrabble channel. He did it in a pretty entertaining fashion, made a very fun play for me in the commentary booth. If you haven't seen that, go back and check out rounds 30 and 31 of the Word Cup. I know I've spoiled who wins it, but it's very entertaining how Ben is able to do that. So Ben, first place right now, 13-2, but looking back behind him, that's got to be pretty terrifying to see Adam Logan one game behind you in your rear view mirror. Adam Logan in second place, 12-3, and there's a large gap, but a number of players behind these two, all with targets on the back of both Ben and Adam. This is going to be very entertaining to watch today. Charles, if I'm putting you on the spot, name one player and who you think is going to win this field.
Oh, man, you're putting me in a tough position here. Lots of really good players in this field. Lots, as he just said, fields. We've been saying it all weekend. The field's stacked. Many players in this field have a very legitimate chance of winning it, especially with so many games left to play. Ben's in first place right now, but he's going to be playing tough customers the rest of the way. It's not going to be easy to continue winning games like he has been. I guess if I had to pick somebody, I'm going to go with Austin Shin here. His preparation is second to none. No stranger to doing well in big events. Wins, the Collins division of the Scrabble Players Championship multiple times. This is right up his alley. I wouldn't count him out. He's a few games back, but I guess if I have to put my money on somebody, let's put it on Austin.
Yeah, and repeats are about to start, so pairings are going to be really fun. We're going to have some superstar matchups, and the first one of those superstar matchups is ready for you right now. Will Anderson gets his chance to try to slow Ben down, but Ben and his bucket hat have been a runaway train. Will is no stranger to playing in big moments, to playing on stream, to playing high-level Scrabble. If you haven't seen him yet, find his YouTube channel. Just search his name, Will Anderson. He's got all kinds of educational Scrabble content out there and an outstanding player. This is going to be a great game. Charles, give us a little 10-second preview, and then let's play some Scrabble.
Will almost needs no introduction. Everybody should be familiar with him from his YouTube channel. I kind of pray that he eventually gets back to streaming on Twitch, but for now seems to be focusing on YouTube. Certainly one of the best word knowers in the game. But Ben, the results don't lie. He's right up there too, so this should be a really good game.
This should be a really good game indeed, and I'm ready for it. Ben's got his tiles, and Scrabble is underway here from Albany, New York. Oh boy, I'm excited. Real quick, everybody, today is Saturday. We're going to have big viewership numbers, I think, across the day as it's the weekend now. Let's make sure we get some momentum on this video. Let's get some likes on there. The more likes we can build up, the more people stumble into these videos. So if you're with us already, thanks for hopping in. Let's get some thumbs up action on this video. And thumbs up from Ben on his first draw, DEEINW blank. And I think he's wasting no more time before he puts down Indewed, INDEWED. We've seen a lot of first turn blank bingos on stream this tournament, and Ben doing everything you want to do. Avoid putting a vowel next to a center double letter square, cash the biggest tile on a double letter square, and make the blank a letter that's already exposed to avoid giving any extra opportunities for floaters for your opponents. Charles, what do you think of Endued?
No major complaints. I actually on this turn would have considered Wizened making the blank a Z. It does put vowels next to the double letter score, so in the end, I don't think I would play it. But giving your opponent a Z to work with is not likely to give them any additional bingos. We do see here that he makes the blank a D, so he's not giving up any extra letters. So this seems like a very good play.
But the D is a letter that does allow Will to bingo back on the first turn. ABLNORS, just one playable bingo, and it plays through either one of the Ds. That word is Bandrols, BANDROLS. Will definitely knows this word. I think he's just going to make sure that there aren't any 8s through any of these other letters, and we'll see bandrals come down. So a bingo for Ben, a bango expected from Will. We said this is going to be a good matchup, and this is how good matchups start.
Yeah, we see Will taking his time a little bit here. I think in previous games he might have run into a little bit of time trouble. So I would caution him if he does see the bingo relatively quickly. He should play it relatively quickly. And here we see it coming down as we expected. Bingos for both players to start this game. Hopefully this is a good omen for the rest of the stream.
And we talked about how exposing a D tile gave Will bingos. Well, that D tile is the tile that Ben needs to bingo, AAEEIRT, but the second floating D is going to give Ben a 61 pointer this turn, the 5-voweled E-radiate, the only playable bingo for Ben. And again, this is a word Ben certainly knows, and here it comes. So bingo, bango, bongo to start the stream. I don't think Will's going to be able to respond in turn, as he's found 3 I's on his post-bingo draw, FIIIMOS. Irradiate comes down, puts Ben ahead 139 to 65, and Will's got a challenging turn. I think right away he's identified FILII, an awesome way to unload all of these I's at once, but he can't feel great about playing here and leaving this giant spot available for Ben to cash in next turn. What do you think, Charles? Do you have to clean up this rack with Philly Eye, or are you seeing something else to do to try to play a little defense?
Yeah, my first inclination, I think a lot of players' first inclination in this position would be, we've got the F, we've got the E next to the double letter score of irradiate. How do we make a 4-tile play there that doubles the F both ways and triples it one way? That would be my first thought, but there is no such play. Cannot make a play there. So I think his decision making gets a little bit simplified given that fact, given that he doesn't have a play in that position. Something like Philly Eye does start to make more sense. Sort of the nice thing about irradiate from Will's perspective is if he doesn't play on either of those triples this turn, he's always going to have one available next turn. So he doesn't need to panic and feel like he's leaving a lot of points on the board by leaving one of them open, because there's always another one available for him to play on after Ben's next turn. So I think something like Philly Eye would be a very reasonable play here, just totally ignoring the triple word scores that are available to him.
Yeah, and Ben, as I crucially, has drawn dopamine, which plays through this N or through this N as an incredible overlap. So Ben, bingo, bango, bongo, likely on the table for him. Miso, M-I-S-O, would be the play Will makes over here, if he makes any play at all. It scores 34, but the F-I-I leave is a lot of trouble for him. I think Will's going to be forced to play maybe Philmy, maybe Philly Eye here, and just cash here, assuming Ben plays here. But we know Ben's not going to play here. Ben's actually going to bingo next turn.
Yeah, Will can know that Ben's drawn a third bingo. He has to make the best play with the information given to him, but we know over here that it's pretty likely that Ben will take a very nice sized lead early in this game after his next bingo. So Will's taking a little bit of time to think here. I think that's warranted given the triple word scores that are, just sitting out there begging to be used. But he does have the FIII set up in a row on his rack. NWL players out there who might not know Collins, if you ever needed to switch to Collins on an emergency basis, Philly Eye is basically the only 5-letter word you should know. It bails you out of a lot of situations where you've got 3 or 4 eyes on your rack. So a very useful word. You see it very often. Now we see Will setting up Miso, playing next to Irradiate. As Matt said earlier, keeping FII, you don't want to do that. You want to avoid doing that if possible, but Will might be thinking the points are too much to pass up.
I'm running a simulation on this turn, and everything is almost exactly the same. 3,000 iterations in. Sometimes Scrabble's like this, where every option mathematically feels like it's almost exactly the same. You always want to try to milk every little percentage point out of every single turn in a game of Scrabble. But you also can't spend 7 minutes getting caught in the minutiae. Sometimes you just have to pick one here. And I think Will, the longer he spins here, realizes all these options feel similar but different, and I kind of just got to ride my gut and go with one. So we're going to see Will play Miso. One of the nice things this play does is Will, slight underdog in this game, wants to keep lines to the S in Miso available. So eights are going to play down there for a while. That seems like it's going to be tough to fully obstruct. But FII is a rather dicey lead for Will. He's going to need a good pull here, especially as Ben is set to bingo. Here comes Dopamine already. Ben's wasting no time. Dopamine in this location is 80 points and will pull Ben even further ahead.
Yeah, this is a really good situation for Ben right now. He hasn't had to spend a lot of time. He's not expending a lot of brain power. Just draws a couple bingos that he can find easily, play easily. No major strategic considerations for him at this point. And meanwhile, Will has been, forced to burn some time and some brain energy on his own plays. So, good start for Ben. Really good start for Ben.
And this draw was just about as bad as it could have been for Will. Into the IIF leave, he's pulled EIOU. That is a killer. There are a few options to work out. FOULIE plays through the L in Bandrolls. WIFIE also plays down from the W, and that's what Will's opting to do here. 22 points, holds IOU. He's got to pull some consonants out of the bag at some point. He's likely to get some here.
Yeah, this play looks good for me. Perhaps one reason you don't want to do Philly I on that turn is first of all, it blocks the S of Bandrolls for future bingos. It also makes it very enticing for Ben to play down from the F for a 5-letter word. That would then block the S of Miso for 8-letter bingos. So the board development after something like Philly I is not nearly as good as something after Wifey, which doesn't really obstruct anything that you want to keep open.
And now Ben will finally have to make a non-bingo play this game. His fourth rack is one that does not bingo, ADDEIPU. We're going to see Ben put to the test a little bit here. He actually has to flex some strategic muscle for the first time today. The 5-letter EUPAD is a good option here, and it plays in different spots. It plays alongside the right side of Bandrolls, making ABA and MAD for 32. It also plays down from the triple word in the top right corner of this board, making ED for 30. So, Charles, would you grab 2 extra points here, or would you take away the triple from Will and score just 30? Or maybe would you play something else entirely?
I think this would be a good time for Ben to just kill that triple word score. It's intuitively, from a strategic perspective, you don't want to leave those open for too long, especially somewhere a triple spot like that where it's very easy to play a bingo. Like a bingo ending in ES is just very easy to play in that spot. So playing any 5-letter word there seems more correct than playing anything anywhere else on this board. We see Ben choose duped instead of UPAD, which was mentioned. Minor stylistic difference. NWL players should note that in Collins, keeping something like AI is not as bad as it would be in NWL. Vowels are a bit more flexible in Collins, so I think a perfectly defensible move. And I think a good decision from Ben.
And here comes Will into IOU. This time he's pulled GNV blank and the one playable bingo Vogue Ings. These INGS words in Scrabble are absolutely maddening. The vast majority of ING words do not take NS, but this one does. And this is rather gutsy to play. If you're Will, you have to be certain of this. It's 5-point challenge. It's going to get challenged in most cases. So great display of the command of the words that Will has, and we've become so accustomed to seeing from Will. Votings for 80 the play, and it appears to be on hold as well. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, I think mentioning before this game started, Will is one of the best word knowers of the game. Certainly has great command of not just all the words, but maybe specifically ing versus ings words. And since he's kind of a switch hitter between cons and NWL, he actually does try to keep those straight. So that gets even more complicated with so many ing words in cons taking the S where they don't in NWL. So just really impressive stuff for him to be able to just slap that down, know it's a word. I'm sure he's confident that it's good, and we see it does come back good. So good play from Will, sort of demonstrating what we all knew about him, which is that he's the master of the words.
He is a master of the words, and he's come to be so good at the tactics on top of it. Will Anderson, such a dangerous player. 82 plus 5 puts the score at 206 to 252. Will is not done yet, and Ben has found a challenging rack, AEILRUV. I think a lot of people rush into playing either Viva or Volva at the bottom of this board. But in Scrabble, if you find a good play, you should look for a better one. And Ben has an outstanding option this turn. Better than Viva, better than Volva. Will he find it? It's been put to the test right now.
The way you said that, Matt, I guess I'm not supposed to spoil it. We're letting Chad figure this one out.
I don't know. You can spoil it. It's always nice. There. See, Ben's going to spoil it for us.
Ben's
well done.
Spoiler here.
Well, the double-double 52-point variable plays through AB. Great stuff from Ben, man. 30 seconds after he started the turn, he found this. It is so easy to botch this turn. It is so easy to play Viva or Volva. Those look so obvious. Kudos to Ben taking the extra second. He's showing why he's 13-2 right now. That's great stuff.
Yeah, that is a really good play. Shows creativity. When something like AB ends up in the double-double line, you should always be looking for able words. That sort of stuff should always be sort of something that you're looking for, but knowing that you're supposed to look for something like that and then actually doing it are two totally different things, and we see Ben doing both of those. So great play by Ben, and now we see Will. He's drawn the X. Does it go anywhere nicely? Has some sort of weird stuff to go along with it. We'll see what he does here.
He's just drawn Unikite, though, and that's going to play to the S and band draws. Likely end this one, but a great play from Ben and rewarded with a great draw into his U leave. Ben likely to put this one away next turn, but Will still has life. AEORRUX and high scoring options available. Just XU in the top right corner, making XU and UP is 40 points. AEORR bingos a decent amount of the time next turn, especially with the D floating in dopamine and R or a V floating in variable for overwords. Will's not done just yet, but he's got to figure out how to navigate this turn. XU makes sense. EXO in the top right corner for 45 is also an option. The leave is much worse, ARRU, but it is 5 more points than XU. What do you think Will's looking to do here, Charles?
I think XU is pretty clearly the play here just because, well, a few reasons. It gets rid of the U, which you don't want to keep, but then just the V floating out there in space to hit overwords is definitely a consideration. Since Will knows all the words, he will know all the overwords. If he draws one, he'll be able to play it there. So I think another good play from Will. Really no major qualms with either of these players this game. They've just been playing exactly as they should.
So Unikite wasting absolutely no time from Ben. Some Scrabble racks play themselves. This is one of them. You see the bingo, you play the bingo. So Uniketes comes down Will with an incredible draw, ST into AEORR. Couldn't write it up better than that if you tried. And two available bingos now for Will. One through the A in variable, one through the U in unikites. Neither one scores well, but both do just enough to keep Will with a fighting chance in this game.
Yeah, there's not too much in the bag that he really wants to draw at this point. So I'm feeling like he might be a little bit cooked in this game, with no blanks out, some clunky stuff left in the bag, and after he plays one of his I guess if he plays Oratures, there's still some life for bingoing on this board, but it will still leave him down by bingo, with bingo chances rapidly dwindling. That being said, he definitely should play the bingo here, give himself a little bit of a chance in this one. You never know what could happen. Draw a big Z play, draw a bingo in an unlikely spot, like perhaps through the K of unikites or something weird like that. It's not totally over, but I'm sure Will kind of feels like after unikites, his chances are pretty low.
So the play for Will is likely going to be Oratures right here, which slots the initial O right there, and Ben's going to hit back with Boozy for $1 million. So I think Will can do no right this game because Ben's draws have just been so incredible turn after turn. But it looks like Oratures into Boozy. Will's going to hit a sad bingo, and then Ben's going to score even more with his 5-letter play. Yikes.
Yeah, Ben's had I would say a very easy time of it, other than variable, which was sort of a challenging play, still only found it in 30 seconds. He's had a lot of very straightforward turns this game, which in a long tournament, it can't really be understated how nice it is to have an easy game, sort of give yourself a break from the constant mental warfare that's going on in your head. If you just can sort of autopilot a game and win it by 100, and save that energy for future rounds, you'll take that every single time.
Will just kind of looking on and smiling and nodding like, yep, of course that happened. Yep, Boozy, 87 points after my 68-point bingo. Just one of those games. But again, this is a game that most players do not play correctly if they draw Ben's tiles. It's easy to play widened or wizened instead of endued, but endued the strongest bingo there. It's really easy to miss variables. So Ben doing the right stuff on the hard turns and getting rewarded with a few easy turns here.
And we see Will has, as I was saying a little bit earlier, the bag was looking clunky. We see Will has drawn a lot of the clunk out of the bag, meaning the remaining bag is actually considerably less clunkier than what he's dealing with currently. No vowels, but does have the Y for some flexibility. So looks like he's not going to need to exchange here. He does have plays that he can make, actually a lot of plays that he can make. Something like, I see Matt is circling it, something like Janty through the A of Oratures, or something like Signet through the E of variable. He's got some options here. Doesn't need to despair despite the ugliness of his letters.
Yeah, I think if you're Will and you want to take one final shot to win this game, play Signet over here, and maybe there's a chance you hit a bingo down from the B. If Ben is saddled up with the Q, you might have to play it here. But even if you play Signet, cash in your J, and hit a 90-pointer here, I don't know that you're catching up to Ben. So I think maybe we just ride equity if we're throw in the towel, play Janty, and try to make this one as close as possible. Not a ton to think about when you're 150, unfortunately.
Yeah, you see Will making some sort of like grimacing faces where he probably recognizes that the equity play of Janty basically shuts down the board, shuts down the game. But again, maybe the game's already over. Maybe the game's already shut down. He's got, I can't tell if that's a smirk or something else, sort of an expression of disappointment, we'll say, over how this game has transpired.
I wonder if there's any way that Will could, next turn make a play here and open up Tovs. There's one unseen S. If Will's able to draw it and then set it up, there's the opportunity to score some points there, but there's no way Ben would seed a triple through an S hooking Tov. That setup would be snuffed out immediately.
Yeah, that's the kind of thinking that would possibly win you a game in some scenarios against like maybe a lesser rated player, somebody like Ben, who's really at the top of this game, one of the best players that we have. Wouldn't let you do the multi-turn setup to get some kind of triple that you can't block. It's not. He would not allow that.
Yeah, he certainly would not allow that. No top Scrabble player would, except maybe Hastybot. Here comes Signet. Yeah, I think Will just wants to keep that B open, and maybe he'll draw Frabju or something. I don't know. His odds in winning are nothing at this point.
Yeah, he also might be thinking that he could get a big J play next to the A of Orchards if he keeps the J. If he draws an A, he can just get Ja for, or Ya, I suppose, for a very nice score. Still wouldn't be enough to win. He would need more than just a nice score on a single play to win this game. But it's maybe something he wanted to keep available for him.
And there's the cue to go with your J. Have fun, Will. Just more of the same in this one. So it feels Ben's going to drop Kosh, knock out the B line for bingos, and E, G, F. There's so many consonants on this rack. J, Q, W, R, the rack for Will. He is going to have the wonderful Collins only word. If you know one Collins only word, it's got to be this one. Charles, it plays in two spots too. How's Will going to work his way out of this rack?
Of course, he's going to play WAQF, W-A-Q-F. Certainly one of the more useful words in Collins. Doesn't come up all that often, but when you do have it, it's always the right play. And I don't expect Will to take too much time to play this. It just seems really obvious to play off the cue here. The nice thing about WAQF is it does not empty the bag. So even if Ben has drawn yet another bingo, we see that he hasn't. Even if he had, the game would not be immediately over after Ben's bingo. So scores well, saves a little bit of spread in sort of nightmare scenarios. Clearly the right play here.
Yeah, so WAQF is at least going to make this one respectable. Will pulls up to 383 to Ben's 506. And you see Ben waiting to assess the bag before making any decision, as one should. He sees there's one tile left, and actually a rather scary pool, AEEGHJRS, unseen from Ben's perspective. So he's got to make sure Will won't bingo out here. He's probably also thinking about the J options. Can score a lot of points there, can score a lot of points there. I don't see any spot for Jaegers or any other bingos for Will, but Ben should slow down, take his time, and make sure there's not an out bingo that could be had. And there actually is one possible. If the J is in the bag right now, then Will could bingo out from Ben's POV. So a lot of stuff for Ben to think about here.
Yeah, if he's concerned about spread, he does have to be a little bit careful here, and spread always a consideration in these games. And Ben knows he's not going to lose this game, but to sort of blunder away 50 or 60 spread points for no reason could come back to haunt him later in the tournament. So with a somewhat promising pool like what he's looking at, assuming his tracking is correct, AEEGHJRS, will probably take some time here to make sure he's not blundering away spread for no reason.
Yeah, so the playable bingo for Will is through the B, HERBAGES. And of course, we know Will doesn't have it, but Ben doesn't want to cede that to Will if at all possible. So I think knocking out JA for when Will has the J, and knocking out herbages for when Will doesn't is what Ben is looking to do here. We might see a small play like TOOL But with one in the bag, his best sequence is probably trying to play as many tiles as possible. So he can threaten an out next turn. Tallot makes some sense in my head. Holds AN. You're going to draw just one tile out of the bag and likely go out next turn, unless that tile's the J. So I think just play long, knock out all of the threats is probably what Ben's looking to do here. But he should definitely take his time, make sure he figures out the biggest threats, and then thwarts them all.
Yeah, and if I'm Ben here, I'm thinking about what happens if I draw the J. So if I was trying to block herbages and also JA, and then happen to draw the J, I would like to have a backup plan for the J. So what we assume will be his blocking play might have some component of J insurance, trying to make sure that he's got an outplay with the J next turn if he draws it. I actually don't see if Talot Ben would then have AJN. I actually don't see if that goes out. So that might be something that he's thinking about here. He'll take his time here, I guess. We'll just have to kill time speculating what he might be thinking about. But this game looks like it's definitely going to be Ben's.
Yeah, JEAN would be one threat out, but that's going to get blocked by Will for certain. TALLOT would also set up the JA jettison, which also plays up here. So he's not going to go out if he draws the J, but he will still be able to score a lot of points with it and threaten an annoying in-game sequence. So actually, yeah, Will's going to have to knock this one out, and then Ben would get to cash it for 30 up here. So Talot looking more and more awesome the longer I look at it. This is the Albany, New York, July 4th tournament. This is the first game of many games we're bringing you today. I think it's 8 altogether, though time is always a flat circle when I'm in the commentary booth and I never actually have any idea what's going on. I just talk about the letters on people's racks. We have plenty more Scrabble today and tomorrow. It's all going to be brought to you on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel, just being cross-streamed over to some other platforms. We welcome you from wherever you're joining us from, whatever platform, whatever country, whatever time zone. Welcome. Let's play some Scrabble. We appreciate having you. And for the 212 or so of you watching this stream right now, let's try to get some thumbs up action on this video. Bump us up the algorithm. Bring more people into here. Convince YouTube that Scrabble is where people want to be on a Saturday morning. So let's get us some thumbs up. And if you haven't subscribed to this channel yet, you really ought to. There's tons of Scrabble to observe on this channel. Players of different skill levels from different regions. A lot of major tournaments right here on Let's Play Scrabble. And most of the games, I promise, are a little more exciting than this one. Usually we don't see bingo, bango, bongo on the first turn.
Yeah, it was an exciting game, but we hoped that it would stay equally exciting for both players. Instead, the excitement seemed to be focused more on Ben's letters. He was drawing all the easy bingos, and it resulted in basically an easy, no-effort 500-point game from Ben. I shouldn't say no effort. Even easy games take some amount of effort, but he had a lot of nice racks that played themselves. We did see him start to put down some letters. I think he was about to play Talon from the T of Orators, but then stopped because it made NI, which is one of the common 2-letter phony words that we're all susceptible to accidentally playing from time to time. So back to the drawing board for Ben. Certainly, Talon would have been a nice idea. It blocks Jaw, but it doesn't block herbages. So he's going back to the drawing board. We do see him now blocking the J spot at the bottom. This is actually, I think, the highest equity play of just Leet. So possibly conceding a bingo in worst case scenarios, but otherwise a good play.
So Leet going to be the play. It does expose him to herbages plays, but we know nobody's home for Will. The H in the bag. And that's going to be all but it for this one. JA, I think the natural counter here for Will for 52. Yeah, that is his best end game sequence here. So JA, likely what we'll see, and then just a few outplays.
Looks like Ben and Will are sharing a funny moment together. That's good to see. They're not mortal enemies. I think these two players are good friends in person. Certainly no hard feelings either way from either perspective. Will knows that games like this will happen from time to time. Not too much you can do about it. And Ben, certainly, we can say unequivocally at this point, is the one to beat now with another win, first game of today.
Yeah, another win for Ben. He was already one game up on the field. Adam Logan is right behind him, but should Adam have lost his last game, Ben would be 2 games up on the field. That would be huge. And he doesn't show any signs of slowing down as he's just walloped Will Anderson on board 1 to open play today. I think the plan is to pivot over and catch an Adam Logan game in the next round, but I'm awaiting our final confirmation that that's going to happen. I don't want to make an Adam Logan promise unless I can keep it, so I'll just put an Adam Logan teaser out there instead.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking that Hulkamania bucket hat must have some magical properties of some sort. Do you think any players are going to try to steal that? They're going to try to rip that off Ben's head, take ownership of it for themselves, try to get some of that mojo. That thought certainly would cross my mind if I saw Ben on the hallway to the bathroom.
So I'm awaiting the day where Scrabble tournaments are huge events like baseball or football games are in the States right now. I want the first 1,500 fans who show up to get a free Hulkamania imitation bucket hat. I think that's the level of play Scrabble needs to get to. And quite frankly, Josh, if you don't have Hulkamania bucket hats at your Lake George tournament, then you've let us all down. I think everybody needs to get a red Hulkamania bucket hat. And then you're going to draw bingos like every turn and score 500 points on Will Anderson. You've seen it here.
Yeah, I guess
it works.
What happens when everybody's wearing the Hulkamania bucket hat? I guess it all just cancels out and we just play normal Scrabble from that point.
I think everybody just draws a bingo every turn. That would be my prediction. I mean, there's only one way for us to know this. We have to do science. So maybe Matt and Charles will bring to you the Hulkamania bucket hat invitational, where everybody must wear a Hulkamania bucket hat. Keep your eyes peeled. That's coming to the NASPA calendar, I bet.
Yeah,
Wigpo, one of the organizations will sanction this for us, right?
Yeah, just check cross tables if you see anything with the word bucket hat or Hulkamania. You know you got to sign up for it.
God bless it. I love Scrabble. There are a number of fun events coming up in North America in the month of July. So this July 4th tournament, one of the biggest and premier events of the year. This has been going on for decades here in North America, but 2 other major tournaments coming up shortly after this one. The Scrabble Players Championship is NASPA's North American Championship. That tournament is coming, I believe, July 20th to 24th. That's from South Bend, Indiana. Registration has closed, but streaming will be available for the entire event. Rounds 1 to 31 will all be online. That one at twitch.tv/Scrabble. And the following week, the Word Cup from Albuquerque, New Mexico, is also going to happen. Some of these diehard players are playing in all 3 events, 27 games here, 31 in South Bend, 31 in Albuquerque. And of course, all of it's going to be on the internet for those of you at home who like watching Scrabble. So set those dates off your calendar. Make sure you keep searching for Scrabble on the internet. We're going to have all of that stuff streamed. Tons of high-level player coming from North America. And I'm stoked that these tournaments happen back to back to back because it means players who need a visa to come on over can get a visa and play all of it. And we get to watch a lot more international players. It's going to be fun stuff. If you like Scrabble at all, July is going to be an incredible month for you.
Yeah, I agree. This trend of streaming the major tournaments it's really good for the game. Thanks to everybody who's involved in making it happen and having all those tournaments right in a row. Just every weekend you can turn up the old internet, fire up your web browser, and find some Scrabble to watch. That's what we love to see.
Unfortunately, I've heard Matt Canik is leading the commentary for SPC and is calling all 31 of those games. So that sucks for everybody, but that's okay.
Yeah, eventually they'll kick you out, Matt. But I don't know who you bribed, but you're still on here talking to everybody.
Yes, they'll fire me eventually, but they got to find a replacement first. So JA to Hots to Greed's the correct endgame sequence from both of these players. And when it's all said and done, the points from the J-Bomb, the Outplay, Ben's Rack, that's going to make the final in this one 559 to 449. So are you not entertained? Here's 1,000 points, and we're one game in to our coverage today. That was awesome. We're not going to interview the players after this one. I think there's very little to talk about, but hats off to Ben, although he's probably going to keep that bucket hat on for finding the nice double-double variable. It's just a 6-tile play, 52 points, and that, I think, was the difference maker in this game. We'll cut away from the board and bring it back to us for just a few moments. I think we'll take just a very brief break as we try to corral players from the next game, but I believe the next game is going to be Adam Logan up against a player from across the globe, Carmel Dodd of Australia, who has put together a nice tournament for herself so far. Assuming we can get both of those players wrangled up and on board one next game, that's what we plan to bring you. But lots more Scrabble to be had in any case right here on Let's Play Scrabble. We're going to cut to a short break, but don't go anywhere. More Scrabble in just a few minutes. See you soon.
Matt, I think you're muted.
Oh my God, I was muted again. Okay. Man, that's 4 times I've done that this stream. All right. Got to take a hot sauce shot. In any case, we're back. Sorry about that. Matt Canik, Charles Reinke, and we will cut right over to the board. Charles, tell us who we have and how excited we should be for this upcoming matchup.
This matchup, we're looking at Matt O'Connor versus Wellington Jiggery. And for people who are watching the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel earlier this week, you should be very familiar with Wellington. Took part in the Ultimate Scrabble Showdown against Will Anderson, which he unfortunately lost. I think the final score was 2 games for Wellington, 4 for Will. But that is not an indictment of his skill as a Scrabble player. He's certainly one of the best in the game, not just Africa, not just internationally, but worldwide. Every player on the globe, there's only a few players, maybe just 1 or 2 that you could say are definitely better than Wellington. Meanwhile, Matt O'Connor has been at the top of the Collins scene in North America for a few years now. Ratings always hovering around 2,000. Always a very entertaining player to watch. So again, this should be a very good game.
I think one of the strengths of Matt O'Connor is that he's able to play very, very fast. It's organized chaos. Matt and Benji both are very rapid North American players, and I think part of their MO is kind of rattle you, get in your head, just put the time pressure on. Matt also loves to take boards and send them to hell. Just tighten things, constrict things, make awkward, tough decisions for his opponents. But we've seen a lot of African players play that same style. That's not likely to rattle Wellington. So let's see. This is going to be a fun matchup to watch. Let's let these guys play Scrabble. Matthew giving the tiles a good extra randomization there. We saw Adam Logan aggressively randomize the tiles before he played on stream a few games ago and then got absolutely walloped by almost 300 points. So we'll see if Matt was able to randomize the tiles just a little bit better than Adam did. It's a lengthy shuffle, and we are underway here.
Yeah, I like to joke that if you shake the tile bag too much, you actually start unrandomizing it. So that possibly could have happened to Matt with the large amount of vigorous shuffling that we saw him giving the bag.
We'll see if he randomized them too much or just the right amount. ADIMO or ADMORTY for Wellington. Threatened a few bingos, but has not hit one. I think we'll see a 4 or 5 tile play here. DOMY holds the powerful ART, but ATOMY scores 28 and holds the nice DR combination. You think we'll see a 5 or a 4 from Wellington here?
Yeah, definitely got to play a 5-letter word here. You've got to make use of those high-scoring tiles on the double-letter scores. We see Wellington play Dormy relatively quickly. I think something like Atomy is also worth considering. DR has some synergy together, and it doesn't put the vowel next to the double-letter score. So I think it's a close call, and Wellington decides not to spend too much time on it. Just go for the highest scoring option, which is Dormy.
Dormy and Atomy sim almost identically to one another, so just a stylistic decision. But in this iteration, this has been a huge swing as the D exposed gives Matthew an 80-point bingo, DOTTLEST. The only playable bingo, though Tottles, TOTTLES, certainly looks like it could be good. And it looks like Matthew's caught up on whether or not he should play this word and perhaps hasn't seen his 8-letter option yet.
Yeah, Dottalist is a tough find. You're not thinking that with these letters you'll be able to bingo from a T. That would be, I think, a struggle for any player to find, especially when you've got something that looks very word-like, such as Tottles. You're feeling like that might be a word, or that you don't quite remember if it's a word or not. Matt's got to be careful here. Screwing up on turn 1 when you've got a playable bingo, not what you want to do.
This is the Scrabble player's equivalent of that nightmare everybody has where you're giving a presentation at school and you don't have any pants on or something. Oh God, I've got toddles, and this might be a common word. This might not be a word at all. I really don't know. And I'm on a stream and I have to make this mistake in front of everybody. And nightmare situation did occur for Matthew. He's left 80 points on the table and played just TOT instead. A big mistake on turn one for Matt. And Wellington going to play aggressively here too.
Yeah, that totally understandable miss from Matt. Dodlist. I mean, a lot of players will know Dotler. Dotlist and Dodler are related words. But if you know Dodler and don't remember if it takes an S or not, then you can't derive Dodlist from Dodler. So a lot of factors there making that play tough for Matt. And as you said, Wellington hitting back immediately with a bingo that he's got no doubt about. That one's a high probability, easy to find, and he, again, wastes no time playing it.
And tasty as well. Achiote, the only playable bingo for Wellington, foregoing 2 points to avoid opening the triple with this placement. And I think most people agree you don't want to expose that level of chaos. You're up 100-11 just to continue to run. So 100-11 Wellington's lead. Matthew, after the bingo miss on turn one, EGLLMST, and this turn is rough. A glam one option here through the A looks like the clear equity play for Matt, and it holds the S to bingo down with stot opportunities. So this makes sense. Perhaps also Gimlet in this spot, another option. But Matthew quickly playing glam, holding that powerful ELST combination. And we'll shift back over to Wellington, FIIORVW, the rack there. And what do you see here, Charles? This one looks like a tough turn for Wellington.
Yeah, I actually don't see anything right off the bat that I really like. His thinking here will be get rid of hopefully two of the W, the V, and the F. You would love to get rid of all three, but there's almost no words with VFW all in the same word. So that's something you can sort of skip over. You don't need to really think about that too hard. Just think about, unduplicating the I's, get rid of, hopefully, I would say the V, possibly the F and the W as well. And he could do something like Hauf from the H of Achiote. Keeps the two I's. You don't want to do that, but it does score some points. He's actually pretty short on scoring plays available to him. So sort of a tough turn, but he does have a few options that kind of get him started back on the right track. We'll see what he picks.
Yeah, Ivory or Frowie play down to this Y. They're reasonable. Frowie scores well, but holds the horrific IIV. You never want to be holding on to just Roman numerals if you can avoid that. Hauf, another reasonable option, but still holds that IIV combination. There aren't great plays here for Wellington. His rack is so horrific that this is one of those that takes 2 to 3 turns to clean up. You can't just bail out in one without the exchange, and there's just too many points available for Wellington to justify an exchange in this situation. It's a tricky turn. Wellington hasn't drawn many of these. He's going to navigate these waters well. He's an incredible player, but I've seen a lot of easy pulls from him so far. I'm happy to see that he's challenged a bit here with a tough turn.
Yeah, we like the strategic turns as commentators, maybe a little bit better than just bingo after bingo after bingo. Something like this does require some more consideration. He ends up playing OW, which keeps FV. We were saying maybe we didn't want to keep too many of those high-scoring letters, but he does score well with OW, scores 28. I guess I maybe slightly disagree with this just because it opens the double-double line in a way that you didn't really need to. I think I would have preferred something like Hauf here.
Yeah, I think Wellington giving up just one opportunity at a killer triple, but perhaps making a read that Matt is short on vowels, thinks it's less likely to happen, and crucially, he takes away this double, which I think he was more threatened by the 8s, easier to hit than just a 7. Matthew had pension available as a double, PENSION for 36 points. Spent also an option for him, but Matthew, I think, feels the S is very strong for the stot front hook and maybe rushes this turn a bit, but opts to pull the trigger on Pent pretty quickly, closing his own double-double line, keeping 3 consonants, and he's found even more consonants. This is not looking like it's going to be Matthew's game, but it is still early, and there's a lot of Scrabble to be played. Play passes back to Wellington, Fiiorvy here, and looks like Riff going to be the option beneath Pent. 26 points, IORV leave. Looks like a great play here.
Yeah, I think his 2 options here are Riff, which he just played, or something like Ivory down to the Y of Dormy. Again, they sort of achieve 2 different things, 2 totally different parts of the board with 2 different leaves, but seem very closely matched. Wellington didn't take too much time on that turn. He just went for Riff, which I think is a very good play. And we see again Matt sort of making our jobs a little bit hard for us, wasting no time on his own play of Fent. And we barely have any time to catch our breath, much less analyze these positions.
We should have anticipated that this was going to happen. And these players can both play so fast on the turns that they feel are easier ones, or where they have an option that really stands out. They're not afraid to pull the trigger quickly on plays. They trust their gut. Wellington here, INORSVY. I see a different number of options that do a different number of things. If he wants to keep things tight, NY right here is a fun play. FOY is also a nice play. INRSV bingos a lot next turn, but can go very south very fast with a 2-consonant draw. So I think NY an option. There's also the nice 7-letter VISNOMY. I had to triple check that I've spelled that right. Visnomi. That is 30 points if he wants to do something entirely different in a different section of the board. What do you think here, Charles? NY, Foy, Visnomi, something else entirely?
I'd be reluctant to play Foy just because it only keeps 1 vowel on a board where there are no exposed vowels. It could get you into trouble if you draw 2 consonants. So I'm thinking Wellington almost certainly won't play Foy. That just doesn't seem like a safe play. It seems like it could go drastically wrong as soon as next turn. Wellington does have Visnomi set up on his rack. Looks like he's considering it. I think that's a reasonable thought. The S would be useful for bingos with Stott, as you said earlier, Matt. But also clearing up all these clunky letters and scoring 30 points. Blocking possible double-doubles through the M of Dormy, which is maybe the most dangerous spot in terms of points currently on the board. I think there's a lot of merit to that. So something like Visnomi does feel like a really good play here.
When you've got a lead, there are 2 ways to win the game. One is absolutely slam the door on your opponent, keep the board so tight that there's no possible way for you to get the 80-point play you need to catch up. And the other is just run away as fast as you can, score as many points, and make it impossible for them to catch up. Visnomi, especially as it would expose an S right here with a V here to avoid overlapping plays, creates a bingo line that's just going to dangle there for the first player to hit it. And so this would be a I'm running away in this game kind of play. But I think that's a decision Wellington has to make. This line are all just going to sit there. There's always going to be marginal draws over here. Stott is not going away anytime soon. I think it's just too hard to get control over this board. And I think playing Visnomi makes some sense here. Fry also makes a lot of sense here, but great decision from Wellington to play Fry over the equity play of Foy. As Charles said, there are no exposed vowels on this board. You can't avoid the nightmare situation of a 2-consonant draw. Well thought by Wellington there, and good play. 27 points for him, 181 to 80 now, as Matthew, with 6 consonants, has a harder and harder ask every turn that he's unable to get a bingo down, trying to catch up here.
Yeah, not a lot of opportunity on this board right now, unless you're bingoing. The scoring opportunity on here is kind of dried up. The Y of Dormy is sort of like your last lifeboat, so to speak, in terms of like wringing any points out of this board whatsoever. So I expect something like Grapey to come down. It looks like he's going to play Clamp instead, which sort of blocks scoring spots in future turns, which you don't want to do, but he's got to do something on this turn. I guess I would need to think about it a bit more. I feel like Grapey feels a little bit better to me.
This turn, I think, was so important for Matthew, and I'm a little surprised to see that he's played it that fast. And on a turn where you have a number of similar mediocre options, you really need to think about the geography of the board and what lines are going to stay open. You need to think about your long-term plan. And I don't know that Clamp does anything to set up future opportunity, and it does knock out current opportunity. I think Matthew should have spent more time there. I don't know that his play was wrong, but I think it's almost impossible to assess that situation as fast as he did on such a pivotal turn. VIN, the play for Wellington here. This looks like a standout option too. Block that spot that's been staying there. Keep the X. In case Matthew does bingo, you're likely to cash that X for a mammoth score next turn. Great play from Wellington. And a bad pull from Matthew. BDGRSUV. The rack over there. He's down exactly 100 points. No good plays available. We'll see if he drops VUGH down to the H in Achiote. If we see an exchange, or I just don't see anything else for him to do. Perhaps BLUD, another option. And there he goes right on cue yet again.
Yeah, I think this is actually a decent idea from Matt, because blood takes an E. So it does sort of reinvigorate the board in a way that like Vug did not. Vug did not do anything for the board. Blood at least does something for you to maybe have a chance to keep it open in the future. But we see Wellington immediately pounce on the spot. He's not playing blued, he's just playing bloods, but cashing in the X and not giving anything back really other than a triple word score. So sort of allowing Wellington to do exactly what he wants to do with this board. Bad news for Matt.
Yeah, because Wellington had that S in hand, he's able to just shut everything down and score very well. A big S pull from Wellington and cashing it in excellently. This is another very important turn for Matthew, and he's driving me nuts playing it this quickly. Slow down, Matt. You're losing by a ton of points. Yes, JA right here is the obvious equity play, but with the diagonal shape of the board, you're not getting up here. You're never going to come back and win this game. You have to breathe some life into this board. RAJ looks so much better. You keep this R open. It's impossible for a little stack to come here because JO has no front hooks. Think a little bit longer. There you go. Good job, Matthew. Slow down. Find the better option. Keep yourself alive.
Yeah, definitely worth spending a little bit of time there to make the play that, I mean, on the surface, it seems like a small difference. It's just a little bit of difference between points and equity. Doesn't feel like that big of a deal. But those little differences are actually huge differences when it comes to the shape of the board and future opportunities on the board. And when you're down by so much like Matt currently is, the shape of the board almost becomes more of a consideration than the points you're scoring or the leaves that you're keeping. Because you need to make sure that there's a way for you to win the game once you start drawing good letters.
All right, so we're going to try to figure out what this blank is. Of course, I praise Matthew for taking the time, opening the board, and he immediately gets bingoed on there. But it's the play he needed to make given the game situation. The blank's either going to be a V or a K. I presume a V, just for the defensive merit there. Livelier, the bingo for Wellington. 74 points, and that's going to put him ahead 316 to 156. This one is starting to get out of hand here.
Yeah, I think that this one is feeling very bad for Matthew at the moment. He does have a pretty obvious play here of veg, scoring well, getting rid of the V and the G. Certainly the correct play here, even though it keeps the Q. There's still 3 U's unseen plus a bunch of other vowels. So there's still a little bit of life for possibly bingoing with the Q or scoring well with the Q. But with Wellington, with such a commanding lead, it doesn't really feel like Matt has a clear path forward in this one.
Yeah, options are drying up quickly on this board. And I mean, there's still possibilities. S hooks here, but Wellington's just ahead by so much. It's going to be very, very difficult for Matthew to come back in this one. And I think it's time to start playing for spread for both of these players.
Yeah, and I think Wellington here should probably be looking at blocking the G of Glam. That's sort of the last high-scoring bingo spot, unless you want to start an 8 with a Y down in the bottom left. We know that there's not a lot of 8s that start with Y. That's a very, very marginal spot. The G next to Glam. Bingo's ending in A on that triple column. Or bingo's ending in AE even. Certainly possible given the pool. Wellington should be looking to play there this turn.
There's not many great plays. I mean, HAE looks reasonable, but putting an A right there sets up Ags or Age and just, opens up a big bingo line. It's not what you're looking to do if you're Wellington in this situation, but you can survive a cheap, 70, 75 pointer here if you're Wellington. There we go. Confirmation that this blank is a V, as we expected. But yeah, I think you just have to play HAE. That's unfortunately, I don't see any better defensive options to address this spot.
Yeah, anything that you put the A next to the G of Glam for egg sort of necessarily gives back a worse bingo line. It's an easier to hit but lower scoring bingo line, which is maybe something that you're okay with given Wellington's large lead. But he is taking some time to think about this. If he can hit a 5 under the L of livelier, we found out that blank is a V, that would also do some of those things at the risk of giving up underlap bingos. So we see him just go for hay. He's fully aware of the downside of hay, but I think the upside here is greater than the downside.
Matthew has spotted his top play instantly. Taxa right there, backhooking both Raj and Veg. Well done by Matthew, playing it very quickly. And you may have caught right behind Matthew is a giant camera. You see that? It looks like the local news is out there doing a little story on this tournament. Our director had to step away from the stream for a bit to go do an interview with them. So that's cool stuff. Always like to get Scrabble out there in the news, in the press, on the internet, and everywhere else.
Yeah, I've noticed that local news sometimes treats us as a bit of a sideshow. I think as this game gets more serious, that inclination sort of dies down a little bit because this is a very serious game. These are very good players who have spent a lot of time getting good at it. It's not a old lady bingo or anything like that. This is Scrabble.
This is Scrabble, man. Scrabble is serious business. But actually, audio, the play from Wellington, that makes a bunch of sense for him. He hasn't quite hit the clock yet. I think maybe looking at the unseen pool, seeing that the Q is there, he's like, do I really want to give up the U and allow Matthew to play that? But it's just an awesome play for him otherwise. He's got to make it. The floating U is going to give Matthew Burka here for 32, and Matthew's probably going to inch to play this turn as well. That's easily the best choice for him here.
Yeah, I think if you're Matt here, you could look at the 2 U's remaining in the bag and the E's and I's and say, hey, let's try to hit a bingo with the Q. The bingo with the Q is going to be what scores enough points to keep me in this game. But I don't think you can get hung up on that. The Q probably should just be gotten rid of quickly. I would consider this to be a straight up error or a straight up miss from Matthew. Didn't see Burka, sees his other Q dump, which is Squab, which scores similarly but gets rid of the S, which was very crucial for the bingo rows at the bottom of the board. So don't want to play the S there if you can avoid it.
Yeah, that's just a mistake for Matthew. And I mean, his win percentage was already 0, but that S could be used to cut some spread. And I bet he has wished he kept it now that he's got a blank to bingo with. But playing the S off limits the opportunities he has. Wellington's got a dope play here, just extending clamp to clamped, setting up the Z for ZEINS or even just ZE next turn. I don't know how often that works because this board is so tight otherwise for scoring options, but the Z setup could be a way for Wellington to rack up some extra spread here.
Yeah, and you can see it on the standings below, or the records below both players. Wellington's not short of spread this tournament, but doesn't hurt to rack up another 200 more if you can do it. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Wellington spend a little bit of time trying to come up with a setup play for a Z. Otherwise, he might just go, kind of straightforward and play maybe Zins to the S of Squab or something like that, and just sort of make a more conventional play.
Simulation is not God, especially not in this situation, but Clamped jumps way up to the top, 7 points ahead of other options. I don't know that Matthew would necessarily snuff out the Z setup, but I don't know. It looks to be a really cool idea for Wellington here. We'll see if he pulls a trigger on it or if he just keeps things tight.
Yeah, the other nice thing about Clamped is it sets up Wellington Z, but it also doesn't really set up bingos for Matt. Because you've only got 6 spaces down from that triple letter to play a word, so it's still kind of keeping up that defensive mindset while setting up sort of a sneaky scoring spot that you hope to cash in later.
Yeah, there's always this aspect of psychology, especially later in games, of like, why did you do that? Why did you make that play? Was it just your best play, or are you trying to block? Sometimes if a person is blocking, you can draw some deductions, right? They probably don't have a blank. If they're blocking, they probably think I have the blank. Or if they open, you've got to think, well, why did you open the board? Oh, God, you must have the blank or the S or something. Clamped in that psychology aspect looks like it's just trying to obstruct the highest scoring bingo line. So it's a very logical play to see from Wellington if you're Matthew. It doesn't smell fishy like an obvious Z setup, but that's what it would be. So we'll see. A cool option for sure for Wellington, but ZEDS to the S and Squab also makes a boatload of sense in this instance. Keeps some great bingo prone stuff. See if Matthew tries to open this board one more time and just crush him.
Looks like Wellington might be getting caught up on his tracking. I think, man, maybe you can correct me. Is it sort of a trend among African players that they're not necessarily tracking at the beginning of the game? They track if it's necessary as you get towards the pre-end game?
I don't know. I don't really play a lot of international tournaments, and so I don't play against the African players much. And streaming like this, I never get to see what they do. So I'm going to turn to chat and see, if, particularly for Wellington, do we know if Wellington tracks all game or if he stops about 2/3 of the way through and takes care of all of his paperwork? Then I'm unsure, but I'm sure smart people watching this will know the answer.
And this is a good time to double check your tracking to see if you're Wellington, to see what's possibly out there for Matt. Does it seem likely that he has a bingo making outs? Does he have anything in the pool that plays from the Y, some sneaky play that scores 120? It's a good time to start checking those things and make sure that you sort of get an intuition for where the most dangerous plays are for Matt and try to address them. And looking at the pool here, it looks pretty awkward. Really low on nice looking consonants, 2 R's, 2 N's, and the S. Other than that, you've got a clunky assortment of vowels plus the K and the W. So not really a dangerous pool if you're Wellington. You can feel pretty comfortable that you'll pull this one out, holding the Z for scoring power.
I don't think we've seen Wellington play this slowly in any game, and it's a game where he's up by 100, but he has to know that there's a lot of spread points at stake here. If he gets the final bingo down, this is a 200-point win. If Matthew gets it, it's a narrow win. If he's able to cash in this Z, it's about a 100, 150-point win. So lots of spread at stake here, and Wellington wisely taking his time. I haven't seen him go this slow in any of his close games, and it's this one where he spends the time. But there it is, clamped. We'll see how long Matthew even thinks about this. I think, as someone pointed out in the chat, Wellington might sense some wounded prey here. And maybe if everybody's firing on all cylinders, it can be deduced that this must be a setup. As Jeremy Koo points out in the chat, one of the only ways Wellington loses this game is if he seeds a Z-bomb and then gives up an out bingo. So this is something Wellington never should set up unless he's got it. And there goes Matthew dropping down the W. I don't know that he sensed the setup or if this is just him making the equity play here. Makes both sense from either perspective. But the setup attempted from Wellington, blocked by Matthew, but we applaud the effort. And AEINNSZ now for Wellington as he looks to close this game out. I think Zins down to the S in Squab holding AENS is perfect, and Wellington feels the same.
Yeah, good. I think good play from Wellington. He did have an unplayable 7 on that rack of Enzians. That's Collins only, ENZIANS. But given that he's got a lead, no reason to mourn the unplayable bingo. You just take the points. And we see Matthew very quickly coming back with a bingo finally after an entire game basically of struggling with non-bingo racks. I think that's a V for ouvrier. I assume that's a French word.
Yeah, that's got to be French, right? Let's look it up. Ouvrier, it takes a back E or a back S. A manual or industrial worker, an ouvrier, I don't know. So Wellington, I guess I can figure out his rack. Oh, there they go. AEIKNNS going to be the final rack for Wellington, and Matthew pulling just 3 tiles out of the bag, ESU. So we're in the end game here. Wellington will look to find his best sequence, and according to the engine, that would be NAIKS in this spot for 27.
So looking back at this game, it kind of all started with Dottalist not being played by Matthew. And as is so often the case with early game plays, everything branches off from that. The entire game is different. But we see Matthew did not bingo. I don't know what turn number that was. He did not bingo until turn 12 when he had a bingo on turn 1. That's really brutal, especially a player like Matthew, who's accustomed to playing a lot of bingos in any given game, to be without a bingo for that long and then only score 61 points with ouvrier when the game is out of reach, just does not feel good.
Does not feel good. And once Matthew realizes that he did miss the bingo on turn 1, it's not going to feel good for him either. Hats off to Matthew, though, for recovering. He had a very slow start to this tournament. I want to say he was like 1-4 and 3-6 at different junctures, and he's fought his way back up to 8-8. But that's the problem with this Collins field. There are so many good players at the top that as soon as you poke your head at or above 500, you're going to get paired with Adam, and then Wellington, and then Will, and then Ben, and you're going to go back below 500 very quickly. There's so many good players here.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough division to play in, because even if you're doing badly, you have to play good players, and that doesn't feel good. Sometimes at a smaller tournament, you'll be in a division with a larger range of skills, and if you're doing badly, you'll play a 1500 or a 1400 player. Not as likely in this division, although there are still some players in that range playing Collins. So, even being 8-8, I think is an achievement given the extreme difficulty of the players that Matthew has to face game in and game out.
A number of world champions, European champions, North American champions in this field. Adam Logan, Wellington Jageri, of course, have won the whole shebang. Will Anderson has won North American championships. Ben won the Word Cup last year. Matthew O'Connor regularly wins tournaments over here. Josh Sokol, the defending North American champion in NWL. This field is absolutely disgusting. Austin Shin's got a UK championships under his belt as well. Carmel Dodd has won South Australian championships before. A lot of champions in this room. It's very hard, and every win should be one that you're proud of in this field.
Is this the longest we've ever seen Wellington take in a game? He's down to his last 2 minutes.
Definitely the longest I've seen him take in Albany so far. And it has been a higher degree of difficulty game for him than some of the other ones, but he's navigated it wonderfully.
Yeah, you can see from the board geometry, you can just sense sort of how difficult this game was, not only for the losing side, but for the winning side as well. You just see that diagonal, the telltale diagonal, meaning that it was a tight tactical game.
Yeah, the staircase to hell is what we call these. Generally, we see the staircase and then all of this fill in. This time we got the staircase and the top half filled in. But generally, when you cut a diagonal line in the board, it's hard to get to one half of it. It's hard to get out either underneath or above. It looks like Wellington going with the second best endgame sequence here, just NEKS over NAIKS. It's a 3-point delta. Minor stuff, and Matthew going to go out with USE here. Grabbing the points from Wellington's rack. That makes the final in this one 454 for the former world champion, 383 for Matthew of the USA. Another win for Wellington, so we've seen a lot of so far on the stream, and we're likely to see more of after this one. That was a rather underwhelming game, and I think given the lack of tension, we're not going to go to an interview and get thoughts on that one. But we have much more Scrabble, 2 more games here in the morning session. The next game I'm hearing from our producer is going to be awesome. Austin Shin and Will Anderson on the stream again, I believe. Yeah, Austin Shin and Adam Logan, actually. That's even sicker. Austin Shin and Adam Logan next. Oh, wow. Wow. Okay. So that's what's coming on tap. We'll get those players situated soon. But that's it for this one. Waiting to hear from production team if we're going to just stay live and roll with it if these players are done. But looking at the 16 minutes on Matthew's clock, I expect we'll probably take a short little break before moving on to the next game. Getting messages now, and I'll communicate with our audience as soon as I have more.
Yeah, definitely when somebody plays fast like Matthew does, it throws a little bit of a wrench into the production schedule if they're done 10 minutes before everybody else. Luckily, Wellington did take some time on his clock to even things out. So maybe not as far ahead of schedule as we feared at the beginning of the game.
All right, so we're going to cut away from the action there, bring it back over. Confirmed that our next game is Austin Shin and Adam Logan. That's freaking incredible. We are going to take a short break before we cut to that. And during that break, you have a little homework. If you're not subscribed to Let's Play Scrabble, make sure you hit that subscribe button. We bring all sorts of North American tournaments here. Josh has a bunch of tournaments. So hit that subscribe button. Make sure we get a like on this video. The more likes we get, the more people YouTube chooses to suggest this video to. And I don't know about you, but I want everybody watching Scrabble this weekend. I want everybody watching Wellington and Austin and Will and Adam Logan and everybody else. This is so cool. So do that. Take care of your homework, and we are going to cut away. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everybody. As promised, we are going to deliver Austin Shin and Adam Logan as our next game. I'm grinning ear to ear just thinking about this one. It's going to be incredible. But before we cut to the action, something else that has me grinning ear to ear. I want to do a little preview of one of the best Scrabble tournaments of the year, the largest non-championship in North America, and that is the Lake by the Let's Play Scrabble team, Josh Greenway and Kieran O'Connor. That is in mid-October, October 17th to October 20th. And it's just an incredible tournament. They get a cottage out there right on the lake, or a hotel out there right on the lake. As the seasons start to turn, the trees start to change colors. Last year, the event sold out, and there is a max of 156 players. So don't let yourself sit on the wait list. Go ahead and send in that entry fee now. Hold your spot. Drop out later if you need to, but it's an incredible event, and you want to consider going out yourself. Let'sPlayScrabble.com has all the information you need for that. And before we cut over to Adam and Austin, let's take a look at the standings in our CSW division to see just how important this matchup is going to be. You can see Ben has finally been bested 14-3. Adam Logan also dropping a game this morning down to 13-4. And we have a lot of talent at the top of these standings. But Adam in second place, Austin in third place, could potentially even leapfrog Adam with a win here. This is going to be a big, big matchup. Ben, Adam, Austin, and Wellington sitting in the cash right now. And look behind him, Chris Leip, former world champion runner-up, Bright Idahosa, who we saw play so well on stream earlier, Josh Sokol, Will Anderson nipping right behind him. This is going to be so much fun to carry over the next 2 days. Let's cut back over to the board then if we're ready to go. I don't want to hold off any longer. Austin Shin, Adam Logan playing Scrabble. I'm stoked for this one. Players aren't quite ready, but we will get there soon. Austin is somebody who streams a lot of Scrabble on the internet, and of course Charles, also somebody who streams a lot. So while we've got him pulled up, Charles, for those just tuning in for the first time today, tell us a little bit about your Twitch, what you do and when you do it.
So you'll see down below my Twitch handle, Ancient Cosmographer. A little bit hard to type. Make sure you don't make any typos. But I shouldn't say I stream on a schedule because it's not on a schedule. I stream whenever I feel like it, once or twice a week, doing Scrabble stuff, word game stuff, always having a blast. I got a fun group of core viewers. If you want to count yourself among those ranks, just follow me on Twitch. Austin, who we're about to see play, also streams often on Twitch under the username Austinio9. That's Austin Ho9. He's definitely on a schedule Tuesday and Thursday nights here in America. He is on Twitch doing all manner of Scrabble and word game stuff. Always a blast. Encourage a follow for him as well.
Yeah, so lots of Scrabble happening on the internet, not just live streams of tournaments, but streams of word walls, of online games, and other fun shenanigans. All right, let's cut to it. Austin, the streamer, up against Adam Logan, who needs no introduction. Combined rating of over 4,300 in this game. I think the money's even money on whether we see a blunder from either of these players this game or whether we're going to see perfection on both ends. It's going to be an incredibly high standard of play and an incredibly high stakes game as Adam in second, Austin in third right now, both looking for a huge win. Let's get to it. Let's play Scrabble. One of my least favorite things about streaming is you don't get that peaceful ambient noise of tournaments. There's something soothing about tile bags shuffling all around the room, a low murmur of scores, and nothing else. I miss that tactile shaking the tiles. But oh well, you can make that sound in your own head as you see Austin and Adam shake this tile bag. EEGIRVW, the opening poll here. I think we're going to see viewer, review, or Wyver here. One of those three options. Do you have a preference between those, Charles?
Just for fun's sake, you could do something like review, keeping the G, hopefully setting up reviewing on a future turn. That would be. It looks like Austin does have it set up. That is something to consider. You are a lot closer to ing extensions holding the G than you are obviously not holding the G. There's only 3 Gs. It's relatively unlikely that you draw one on any particular pull. So that would be, I think, a little bit of creativity there to give Austin some scoring flexibility on a future turn.
And Austin agrees with that assessment 100%. If you have two options that are similar in viewer or review, think a little bit harder. Which one do you want to play? Yeah, review gives up the front P hook, but it sets up the back hook, and that's more important for you right now. Good decision from Austin. Take that extra second, decide which of these options is better. And a quick simulation does agree this one's about a point and a half above viewer instead. These players don't leave equity on the table ever. They're so good. ELMNPRT, the rack for Adam, and he does have that big P for the front hook. Looks like there's 2 words there that'll both be reasonable plays. Nempt, Nempt, or Mpret, Mpret, each play for 26. Charles, you're looking to cash in the points and the preview hook, right, as opposed to a fishing play such as limp through the eye and review?
Yeah, I think just playing off tiles here makes a little bit more sense. You score more points. You still keep decent letters. Something like Nempt does keep back LR. Decent bingo letters with the 2 E's available in review to bingo through. I don't think there's the leave you keep with something like limp isn't quite good enough to justify the sort of lower scoring. And when you're playing somebody like Austin, whose mantra is scoring never stops, that also kind of has to become your mantra as well if you want to keep up with him in this game.
Yeah, Austin is so hard to keep up with in games. And we do see Adam opt to play Nempt here. Thumbs up from the booth, cashing in that P. And Austin did pick up the I for the ing extension, but did not pick up the N he needs. DFGIO or DFGGIOS, the rack for Austin, who leads 32-16. And I think this is an insta play of Fogged Austin feels the same. If you can play off GGFOD and get 24, it's generally a good idea to do that. Austin waits no longer, and Adam pulling an awkward rack, the Q, with some otherwise bingo-prone tiles. This is going to be a tough one for him. EFLNORQ. No opportunity to play the Q at all on this board. He's going to be forced to hold on to it. And if you're going to be forced to hold on to the Q, you need to be thinking about options to try to jettison it next turn. Should you draw an I? Should you draw a U? You want to try to set up a place to score as well. What do you see here, Charles?
Yeah, this is a little bit of a tough position for Adam. Having to keep the Q is not ideal. What jumps out to me is the scoring spot next to the F of fogged. I'm sure Adam is kind of honed in on that as clearly the place where he can score the most points. He could do something like phone or flow, F-L-O-E. Spelling phone, F-O-N-E, that's Collins only. I think it just means a telephone, so kind of a weird spelling there. Something like that would score decently. Unfortunately, does have to keep the Q, but you want to stay connected to Austin whenever possible, and that means trying to score here.
Yeah, I think FLOE would be the top option if you're going to play up here. I think holding the Q and the N together is probably good just for the presence of QIN and otherwise synergy between those tiles. So flow, probably the top choice here. FROE perhaps does the same thing. If he does want to change the shape of this board, there's also WOLFER. That opens things up. Another thing that does is turns over one extra tile. And in general, when you're going to hold onto the Q and you're not going to hold onto a U with it, you want to play as many tiles as possible to guarantee or to increase the chances that you do find a U or an I and shed that Q. You've got to jettison the Q as fast as possible in Scrabble. It is such a bad tile.
Yeah, this is a good time to point out for newer players watching who sort of get distracted by the fact that the Q is worth 10. It is worth 10, and occasionally you can score nicely with it, but it's definitely not a tile you should be keeping around unnecessarily. If you've got to play for 20 using the Q, it's often the correct play. It's hindering you from bingoing or making other high-scoring plays with more flexible letters. So that's the beginner tip of the day from Charles. You don't like the Q, don't keep it if you can help it.
Yeah, the Q is the worst tile in the game. Even with QI, it is still the worst tile in the game, but it used to be even more the worst tile in the game before it got the QI plays. And Austin with a great rack, cousin, and a blank. He's got a lot of ways to score a lot of points. His highest scoring options play right here. There's two 84 pointers. One is suction, but the standout is SOUCING. You want to play the ING word as it doesn't take an S. So that would be Austin's highest scoring option. He's also got 80 pointers down to the E in preview. Those would be co-insure or its anagram in source. And there's actually one other sneaky line right there. He's got a playable 8-letter bingo or a 9-letter bingo for 78 points. We'll see which of these options Austin opts for, but I bet it's going to be SOUCING.
Yeah, and he does have the triple line through the F of flow. Not great letters to work with that F, but it's another thing that will slow him down a little bit, just making sure he's not missing real standout play either, like to the F, through the F, non-triple, or what you really would hope for is a triple through the F. We know that there isn't one. We've got analysis tools telling us every possible bingo. Austin's only analysis tool is his own brain, and he's got to figure this out for himself.
I think the level that a lot of people don't see at the very, very top is players are so certain and so fast at finding the words at this level between an Austin Shin and an Adam Logan. Both players see most options instantly or within 30 seconds. It's even with a blank and a ton of different floaters available, Austin's going to find every single playable bingo that is worth seeing in a minute or less. And Adam would do the same with these rack. That is the level of good that the very, very top players are. But this one, particularly with the abundance of floaters, probably warrants about a minute or two to look for bingos here.
Yeah, these players are extremely skilled word finders. That's sort of what it takes to be at the top of the Scrabble scene. You have to be an expert, perfect strategist, and also an expert, nearly perfect word finder. These players are both those things at once, which is why they're both so good.
I do wonder how long we see Austin spend here. I know he's an avid studier. He's got a great grasp on the word, but blank bingos is something that top players practice as well. I think most players will use aerolith.org. Shout out to Cesar del Solar for creating that website to help study. And it'll just generate racks exactly like this with 1 or 2 blanks and say, hey, find every bingo. So Scrabble players practice this skill, but still to be able to do it over the board in a 25-minute game against someone who's won a world title in this before, it's always challenging, even for the seasoned vets like Austin and Adam.
And there's also the factor that Austin's no stranger to playing live in front of people. He does it every Tuesday and Thursday on Twitch. But you're being live streamed. You don't want to miss something. You especially don't want to miss a triple. So he was able to play his first couple turns relatively quickly. It gives him a little bit more leeway to give this one some thought.
Possibly a little bit of the danger too with SOUCING is, are you 100% sure it doesn't take an S? Because if you're not 100% sure, then that's going to be extremely annoying to think about every turn for the rest of the game. And if you're an anxious person like me, I can't handle that level of uncertainty. I hate it. So I'd be a little bit hesitant to pull the trigger on that unless I were 100% sure that it does not take the back S.
Yeah, there's kind of a bit of wisdom or advice that I've heard from various places, which is don't make a play where you're not sure what the hooks are. Or if you're uncertain, if you think there might be a hook, but you're not quite sure, because that just sort of makes the rest of the game more complicated, where every turn where you've got that hook available, you're thinking, is now a good time for me to test this hook that I'm not sure of. If you have reasonably close options, it's often better to make the play where you're sure of what the hooks are.
So it looks like co-insure, the 80-point option coming down from Austin, likely choosing not to play suction or sousing for one reason or another, perhaps because of the hook. Alex Seaholm pointing out in chat that SOUSING does take a back S, but SOUCING does not. Keeping things like that straight in your head across 200,000 words is nearly impossible. And while these players have a better sense of it than almost anybody else, you still don't want that fog of war in a game where you're going to take a commanding position as Austin's done. So I think maybe that the reason he's opting to leave a few points on the table with co-insure. And Adam now, AELLNRQ. He played off 4 tiles, but did not find the ones that he needed to shed the Q. The eye exposed, the only option he's got, but Adam would have loved to draw a second eye to make that a 44-pointer instead of just the 23 he's able to cash in here.
Yeah, still a very good play to get rid of the Q. If you can get any points at all for the Q in a situation like that, you're happy with it. We see he draws the U now, which is the common Scrabble player joke. You play the Q, you immediately draw the U. That's what happened to Adam here. He did save the ER for previewer. Something like previewers could come down in the future. We've still got previewing available with the 1 remaining G, so that spot's not done yet. Back to Austin now, drawing a bunch of powerful scoring tiles, and it looks like he's ready to play Punky, keeping the Z and the X for future fireworks. I think this play looks really good, and he did not spend much time playing it.
Yeah, look at that leave, man. There are 2 kinds of good leave in Scrabble. You can leave behind EINST. That's a great leave because you bingo so often. ZX is also an incredible leave. Hey, your bingo percentage is probably 0.5% next turn. but you're going to score 50, and then you're going to score 50, and then you're probably going to bingo. That's awesome. ZX a fun leave, a huge score from Austin, 50 for Punky. And Adam with the clunky rack, AAELRRU, needs to keep some scoring pressure on, or he's going to fall far too far behind in this game. I think we're going to see him play from the F in flow here, something like FRAU, or its anagram FAUR. But he's got other ways to open the board, and perhaps he needs to think about doing that now. A play like Laura, LAURA, is going to help unlock this entire section of the board while continuing to keep threats here available. Adam facing an uphill climb to get back into this one. Maybe he needs to look to make an opening here instead of riding the equity train. He'll spend some time and think about how he wants to shape this board. A big turn for Adam here.
Yeah, this is another situation where board geometry perhaps trumps considerations like equity or score. You still keep those in mind, but when faced with similar scoring options, you start playing the ones that help the board develop to your favor. When you're down and the board's all of a sudden looking kind of bingo unfriendly, you need to start doing some work to open it back up. Something like Frau in the top right. Faur would be better, Faur. All that does is create one spot for you to play an 8 starting with an R. That otherwise doesn't do a whole lot for you in terms of bingo opportunities, whereas the play of Laura that Matt mentioned on the left side of the board looks a lot better for your future prospects. And if we're taking sort of an assessment of where you can bingo on this board, it's very few places. You can end with a C. You can start with a vowel next to Punky, maybe start with the R of preview, but there's no S hooks. There's no good floaters to play through. There's no nice consonants to play through. It's looking tough. You have to start thinking about these things like right now if you're Adam.
It looks like Adam is also thinking about this play here of Aural, A-U-R-A-L perhaps. If Austin does not have an E, then that's a board forking play, creating two separate lines that can't be obstructed at the same time. And it also creates potential for plays here, depending on what gets put behind this L. I think Laura is just a better way to do this. I think eventually you're going to have to get to this side of the board. But Aural is also an option here. This is a hard turn, and one that's so important.
Yeah, I feel like Aural probably, I kind of would intuitively discount that play just because an E play, if your opponent has an E, it immediately can negate the bingo lines that you just created for yourself, at least most of them. I guess you still end up with, you might still end up with a triple word score that you can play to with a 6-letter word. But that 6-letter words are, very uncommonly played. And if you're playing a 6-letter word, it means you're blowing up your rack, and whatever progress you had towards the bingo is being rolled back. We do see Adam opt to just play Faur, which I think is a fine play. It keeps the best leave possible and does set up sort of a marginal spot for bingos. It's just we have to see if Austin recognizes how the board is developing and continues to keep it closed.
Yeah, so FAUR, you saw Adam kind of shake his head like, I don't want to do this, but I don't really have another choice. I don't know how urgent Adam needed to feel in that situation. But again, he's such a great tactician and thinker and planner that I think he feels just roll the dice with AELR. Let me see if I can get a bingo. Also probably feels this line is going to be rather tough to actually take away. So you're going to induce a big sacrifice from Austin in order to obstruct that line. And Austin now, that ZX leave, he's found AELOT to go with it, and a big stack of Lazo for 45 points on the turn, going to be Austin's move. Lazo, though, makes this line a thing that's just going to sit there the rest of the game. I wonder if there was a way to just play a 3 or a word ending in a Z to stop us from getting down here. But Lazo is a ton of points. Austin tends to be a player who just scores 500 to beat you, as opposed to walling you in. The scoring never stops, and he scores a bunch more there and threatens a big play next turn with the X he was able to hold. Adam, AADELOR, so an A OD pull into his AELR leave, and I don't think this is going to bingo for him either. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. What do you see here, Charles?
Yeah, this is another tough play for Adam. Having, again, we're kind of in that, he's in that limbo where he's drawn all 1 point and 2 point tiles, but does not have a bingo. Doesn't even really have a standout leave that he can leave for himself with a 2-tile play or a 3-tile play. My inclination would be to look from the W of preview, try to get something down going that direction, but I actually don't see. Maybe something like Waldo, I guess, would set up a double line ending in a D, and maybe start the progress of getting that part of the board open. I think another thing Adam has to think about here is he is playing Austin, who is known as a scoring player. So he might be thinking he doesn't need to do the board opening himself because Austin might be doing the board opening for him. Although in this case, I think Adam needs to be thinking that both players should be opening the board to give him bingo chances. So that could have been a consideration possibly on his previous turn.
Yeah, this plays awesome from Adam. It does everything you want to do. Keeps an awesome leave in ADER. Opens this line. Opens this line. Opens this line. Oh man, does so many good things. Great play from Adam to continue to give himself some life as he navigates some tough pulls. 119 to 231. And it's Austin's turn here as he figures out what to do with this powerful rack. ADEITTX. Lots of plays that score in the mid-30s available for Austin here. I think perhaps the most intuitive is just the XI bomb right there, holding ADETT. That's a play that works out a lot. That leave is very powerful to hit bingos here in the line Austin's created and just keeps a lot of scoring pressure on. But TAXIED, another option here to start thwarting lanes, or to start thwacking lanes closed and thwarting Adam's comeback attempt. I think that's something he might think about. Other players would play Taxied, I think, in this situation, but Austin likes to keep the scoring pressure on. I think we're probably just going to see an XI fish here.
Yeah, and the nice thing about XI is it blocks that gaze spot that was just created. It blocks the new line for 7s that was created with AWOL, and it makes the S hook on AWOL harder to use. You have to end with an S rather than just having an S in your bingo. We know Adam doesn't have an S, but it's something Austin can't know. And so it has a lot of good things going for it. But we see Austin actually play Taxied in this spot for a nice score, putting out some floaters there, which maybe I would try to avoid, but no major, errors, I think, on this turn.
Taxied is an interesting play. If you go ahead, you generally want a bunch of opportunities on the board to score about 40 points, but you don't want opportunities on the board to score about 90. I think Austin sees this is a good scoring spot. This is a good scoring spot. We've already got some scoring spots over here. So let me just open several opportunities. And sure, Adam might bingo or he might score 40, but I'm also probably going to score 40. And if you're ahead by 150 and you score 40 points a turn for the rest of the game, you should win the game. I think that's what Austin's looking to do here. Keep the scoring pressure on with Taxi in that spot. Adam now ADEJNRR. And another awkward turn, another awkward rack for Adam, and he needs to figure out between a bunch of intermediate options, again, how to keep this board as dynamic as possible to mount a comeback in this game.
Yeah, the first thing that jumps out for me is just playing Jird through the eye of Taxi, JIRD. It puts a D out in the triple line. He keeps AENR, which is a pretty good leave. It's also a decent scoring play, and so it does a lot of the things that Adam wants to do this turn, and we do see him make that play.
Yeah, and I think Adam is able to make a play like Jird because Austin opened this line here and kept the board open. But Jird, while it looks to be a good play for Austin, is going to get hit back hard because of the pull that Austin has on his rack. BCIIRST is going to yield Cirri, CIRRI, or SBIRRI. Cirri is 54, Sabiri is 61. Austin, the scoring does not stop. He set up the scoring spot next to Taxied. He obliterated it the next turn, putting on a display here in how to score 1 million points in a game of Scrabble.
Yeah, actually, I feel like Austin maybe should have spent a little bit more time looking for plays there. Siri does look like the standout play. Siri, I suppose you pronounce it. But Sbiri, or Sbiri, SBIRRI, just does so much better for bingo defense. We see the word LAC on the board. That takes an E. Very easy to hit a bingo in that spot. Something like Sbiri just totally negates that option. The only hard thing about Sbiri is it's a Collins only 6-letter word, plural of another Collins only 6-letter word. 6-letter words are famously the last thing that most players focus on. So a very easy word to miss, even for somebody like Austin who does know all the words.
Wow, yeah. SBIRRI, the plural of SBIRRO, a Collins only 6 that does not pluralize in any other way. So there's no 7 form of it or 8 form of it. The only way to know Sabiro or Sabiri is to study all of the 6s or to watch the stream here at Let's Play Scrabble and learn it as you watch a world-class player miss his opportunity to play it.
Yeah, I can't blame Austin for missing that play. Definitely a hard one to spot, especially when you see a really nice play like Cirri. Meanwhile, Adam, again in that zone of straight up bingo letters. These are straight up bingo letters, but I don't think they bingo. Overneat almost plays through the VF preview, but otherwise, not sure what he's going to have to do here.
Yeah, I think you just kind of start playing for spread at this point. AERO is a play, and I think that's what you do. You just make a play here. This one's feelings over after that absolutely devastating sequence there. And if Adam knew that Cirri held an S on top of everything else, like that makes it even worse. All right, so Adam just playing damage control. He just plays OW or ONE and blocks the spot. I think he figures Austin just scores so much there so often. Kind of throwing in the towel here and just trying to keep this one as close as possible.
Yeah, that's a tough decision to make if you're Adam, because you really would like to bingo there. But at a certain point, you just have to say that like the damage that can be done by your opponent is, more than what you might be able to score with if you bingo there. And if Austin has an S or an E, he's definitely looking to play there next turn. So Adam might not even feel like it's worth leaving it open for himself, considering it'll almost always be blocked. So I think reasonable logic from Adam there, just kind of a tough pill to swallow.
Just pointing out the difference in spread between these players. They're one game apart. Austin would need to win by over 225 here to leapfrog Adam and take second place in this tournament. That might actually happen.
Yeah, I predicted earlier that Austin would be the one to watch, and certainly this game is bearing it out. He has played very well here.
Yeah, this has been a display. Adam with one final chance to make this game interesting. He's got a number of bingos here, but Teamster, Teamster, backhooking co-insurer to make co-insurer, opens a triple-triple. But we've seen Adam kind of throw in the towel at this point. And I kind of agree, like there's no point to open this triple-triple after you just see the BY fish. So I think the more conservative steamer, which is also 75, is fine for Adam in this instance. But Teamster was interesting.
Yeah, I might think about something like Teamers here to set up Atom off of TOM. That's, again, really marginal. Steamer does set up the S hook with one S remaining unseen to Adam. So kind of splitting hairs at that point, but it's something to think about.
Not much to think about in this game, however, from Adam's perspective, is that he just fell behind early and has stayed behind since. There is a blank unseen. If Adam pulls it here, no. But if Adam can play for a lot and keep AES blank and draw, or AES and draw the blank, is it maybe a pathway to victory? I don't think so.
Looks like Adam did dodge a bullet. He didn't put an S out in space for Austin to play Sight Saw, which he has set up on his rack. So one saving grace in this game is that Austin is not bingoing this turn. Something like Sight Saw would put this game out of reach.
So if he plays Teamers in this instance instead, then he gets hit back with Sight Saw. Wow. So Steamer, the conservative option, already paying a dividend for Adam Logan here. Austin's got some options. He's just huge scores available, making EWT and either what or wit, WHIT, WHAT in that spot. Looks like he's also got white set up. I presume to play right, WRIGHT, and just knock out some of the floaters available.
I think this is good to block the S of Steamer for Steamers. This maybe feels like the most dangerous bingo spot at the moment. The highest scoring would be doubles through the M, but maybe more likely was just bingoing through the R, the E of Steamer, or just bingoing with an S making Steamers. So he's taking care of all of those things. Doesn't really care about opening the triple word score at the moment. That's not its consideration. His consideration is bingo defense.
.383 to 237 now, as Austin leads by nearly 150 points in this key game from Albany, New York. Adam's got 9 minutes to figure out what to do here, but again, I think we've already seen him sort of throw in the towel. Maybe you can consider trying to keep this line open, hit a 100-point double-double, open something else here, play like THE, but more realistically, I think we're just going to see EATHE, score 27, and roll over and just try to reduce the spread. If you lose small here, if you're Adam, you maintain second place. You just don't want to get blown out of the water.
I wonder if we see something like Heat here, HEAT to the T of Steamer. Sets up a big triple line for a bingo starting in H. There's a lot of A's left in the bag, so playing off your A is not a big deal. EELS is a considerably worse leave than AELS, but maybe for like that sort of outside glimmer of getting this game within 100, you keep the double-double line open and set up an H in the triple.
Yeah, he is going to keep the double-double line slightly open, as the front L that he retains will go there. That would be a mammoth score if he's able to draw the miracle there. So I think that's some of the rationale there. Just anything at all, grasping at straws when you're down 120. How can I score 120? Oh, I'll double-double and hook a word. That's how you do it.
And like for the first time this game, Austin actually is the scoring's going to have to stop. He likes to say that the scoring doesn't stop, but sometimes the tiles don't let you keep scoring. He has very few options in the way of high-scoring plays here. I think his highest scoring play might be 20-ish, but all his good plays are in the teens. We'll see which one he picks.
I think trying to keep one of the eyes is something to consider. Just try to hit that. But Austin certainly doesn't need another bingo in this game. He just needs to dodge some absolute disaster here. I think UNAI is a good play. Just drop 3 vowels and work through this rack.
Yeah, that actually looks very nice because the leave of OIST does work very nicely with the E on the bottom row that Adam just put out there. There's if he draws some consonants with that, we could see another bingo. Also works nicely with the C of co-insure. So and it basically scores as much as he can hope to score this turn given his lack of flexibility.
I don't think Austin's the type of player to make this play, but a lot of players would just drop vowels here as well. just don't give up this opportunity if you think your opponent's in bingo range. That pool's pretty friendly and looks like it would benefit from a floating E. So maybe think about just knocking that out anyway. If you're going to score almost nothing, you might as well take out the most dangerous bingo line. But Austin doesn't tend to play that way. The scoring doesn't stop in an Austin game. He tries to beat you by scoring 500 and not by playing defense typically, and it works to perfection.
Yeah, I've noticed if you look at Austin's results in other tournaments, even in tournaments where he doesn't have a good record, he always has like the biggest average in the division. That's just a proof of what kind of player he says he is. And I think we all agree that it's the type of player he is.
Yeah, and Scrabble players come in different archetypes, and that's what I love about this game. You know, it's easy to become cynical and be like, well, everybody plays this game similarly, but you can hear Colby disagrees. Like, people play differently. And there's not necessarily a right answer to this at all or a wrong answer. You see, Austin has incredible results, but defensive-oriented players also have some awesome results out there. Scrabble has a lot of place for style, and I love that we haven't solved this game yet, and that I don't think we ever will. And there's always going to be that aspect. But Austin, I think, the best example out there of an incredible player who plays great offense and wins games that way.
Yeah, and if these top players ever do solve the game, we'll just stream the players who haven't solved it, just for more interesting games. That'll be their punishment for being too good.
I like that about Scrabble, is the players are still human. We have seen so many small errors and big errors on the stream. Everybody's human in this game, except, the one who I'm talking about. SOU, so the scoring does not stop. That scores a ton of points, and the scoring is going to be slowed down for Adam, as his bingos using the E at the bottom of the board were blocked. He had a Leviest, Veliest, and Elatives, and none of those now play. No available bingos for Adam. A little insult to injury. Hey, the dude who plays offense blocked my bingo. That's frustrating. And what's been just an extremely frustrating game overall for Adam. Probably throw in the towel, play VITA or VITAE, and just get points and lose is the approach here from Adam. Try to get to 300 at least. Anything else you see? Any last-minute Hail Marys you expect here, Charles?
I don't know if I expect another Hail Mary here. If I'm Adam, I'm maybe slightly peeved that Austin decided to play defense. Austin is capable of playing defense when it's necessary. It wasn't strictly necessary here, but it happened anyway. And then I'm looking for the trying to maintain my emotional well-being by scoring 300 this game. Sort of an underrated aspect is don't want to score below 300. You'll feel better if you make it to 300, and that means taking the points now while you can get them, and just sort of moving on to the next game. I think a play like he's got valet set up, totally reasonable, just saying, let's get some points and get this over with.
Yeah, I think with 7 vowels and 6 consonants unseen, you'd like to play VITAE here, but yeah, it's whatever at this point. I don't think Adam had much of a chance in this one at all. Austin just played so well, so precisely, and got the stuff.
Yeah, definitely. I would say this is the clinic from Austin. Really just kept drawing good stuff and knew what to do with it. Even those plays where he didn't quite have nice things, still made good plays, still made scoring plays. The scoring never stopped. We do see a little bit of relief maybe for Adam that he did not draw the blank, which means Austin did have the blank, meaning that blocking the C was the correct move from a spread perspective for Adam. Stuff like granitic, uranitic, arenitic, I think all mentioned in the chat by various commentators. All of those are gone now, and with no tiles. Oh, I suppose, no, there is one tile left in the bag, so I don't know if Austin wants to try to go fish off the eye, play IT or something, and try to bingo again. Maybe we'll see something like that.
No, Austin needs to take his time here. Spread's so important, so much talent in this field. This is a big decision. So first question Austin has to ask is, can I even fish? You don't want to fish here if you could get hit with an out bingo. So Austin needs to look at all 8 of these tiles and identify if there's any threat that Adam has. Now, I've put it in the engine, and there is nothing that Adam could have, no possible bingos. Then he needs to think through, well, can I actually fish? If I play it here, will I be able to bingo here and in a second spot? Adam is 100% going to try to block this. He can play sit, or another word with no front hooks, and take that line away. So is it even worth it to do that? He would have to draw a bingo that plays not just here, but somewhere else on the board as well. And I'm not seeing ways to do that. So probably inappropriate to fish here for Austin, but he's got to think through a bunch of stuff. He's got to see if there are the Hail Marys, if there are things he can pull that fit right here or right here. He needs to take his time here. There's a lot of spread to potentially milk out of this game.
So I see it mentioned by Alex C. Holman chat. If Austin plays something like it, Adam tries to block with sit. Sit takes an I for is it. That's the column's only 4. Tries to block with bit. It takes an O for obit. Austin doesn't have an O, but he does have the blank. Tries to block with dit. Takes an A for addit. And then if he blocks with the A for AIT, that takes a bunch of stuff. So something like it is actually a little bit hard to deal with directly. Adam would be forced into a tough situation of trying to figure out a proper blocking play.
Oh my God, that's incredible. I had no idea ISIT is good. So yeah, there are no good blocks for Adam after it. This is something Austin needs to think about. Maybe fishing does make sense here. Wow.
And I guess it's also mentioned in chat that Adam could have diabase. That is a possible 7-letter word in the remaining pool. So Austin maybe doesn't want to just throw spread into the void by doing something like it. Or he has to weigh the risk-reward ratio for a play like that.
Oh, yeah. Opening it would allow the out bingo. Nothing plays on this board, but if Austin creates a line, then the bingo would play. That's correct. So maybe not right to fish in this instance, but definitely a lot of chaos if he does. You could also just like play an I here and see what happens. I think that's a play a lot of like 1,500 players make. Just think I'll keep retina and see. But Adam Logan will have perfect knowledge of your rack, and he will not let you bingo out.
And I think Austin also had Intarsia set up on his rack through the A of steamers. He might be thinking whether Nempt takes an S or if it's a past tense of something. I mean, it could go either way if you don't know definitions. You can make up any definition you want that enables it to take an S.
Is that Nervatic?
I think it's an N. Is Nirvanic a word?
Yes, it is Nirvanic. I guess pertaining to Nirvana would be that one. So Nirvanic, the play from Austin, he decides we're not going to fish. We're just going to score as much as we can right now. He'll reach into the bag and grab that last tile out, and it is an E for him. So 441 to 292 as Adam has his final rack of the game. He'll get just one more play as Austin's certain to go out with the ET combination. Plug it in the engine. I always like to see which experts get which end games right in which situations, but this is Adam's best play. I'm glad I don't even have to say it now because he's put it there. I'm wasting no time at all before he cashes in his best end game sequence. So 325. Going to be as far as Adam Logan gets after the 33-pointer, and ET to be the outplay for Austin somewhere. I guess the best points or highest scoring opportunity is TE right there. Once Austin spots that, goes out with it and grabs 10 points from Adam's rack. He's going to make the final on this one 465 to 325. We don't know our next matchup just yet. Takes certain players some convincing to get on or stay on the stream. And so we're going to have to see if we can convince a player or two to stay here. it will be an awesome game for sure. I mean, there's so many good players in the CSW field. It will also be a CSW game for sure. We're showing CSW all morning today, but I don't know exactly who's going to be in the next matchup. So TE the outplay has been played, and again, the definitive final here is 465 to 325. See Adam lamenting now. You blocked bingos at the bottom with SOU. He points at that line. Let's see. I think we can get Austin for an interview after this one. Let me think. Should we do that? Charles, do you think there were enough interesting positions here to talk about? I think so.
There were a few. It's something like Taxied. And Lazo. We had a few questions about that. Playing Fogged versus retaining a G for reviewing and previewing. There's a few things to think about, but mostly a very well played game from Austin. So we might just mostly be giving him congratulations.
Yeah, we'll try to get Austin on the headset here after this one to talk about it, and get his thought process on those. If you have any questions you want to ask of Austin, let us know, and we will try to get some of those in. There's about a 45-second delay between what I'm saying and when I can actually see you in chat after you hear this. So I got to ask now, and we get these questions in later.
And we can also pick Austin's brain on what he was thinking with that last turn, if he calculated out the risk reward of fishing or not, if it crossed his mind, or if he's mostly just hung up on whether Nemt took an S. I saw him pointing at the board, pointing out that he either really wanted to play it or wasn't sure about it. Even though that game was one for Austin, it's still kind of an instructive position, when to fish and when not to.
Yeah, I'm considering making a sacrifice to the tile gods here because I really want a good game of Scrabble at some point. Hey, Austin, this is Matt Canik, joined by Charles Reinke on the stream. Congratulations on a big win and one that's going to shake up this college field for sure. Just give us your initial thoughts after that one.
Yeah, thanks. Just got very lucky. As you could see, the first 7 moves were just kind of straightforward moves. He was obviously struggling, so I could just keep pushing the lead out bigger and bigger and bigger every time. Trying to find some. I guess the main move was just my bingo with co-insure, if there was anything better or not, but it all kind of worked out well anyway, with 4 scores of 45 or more straight after that. So it went pretty well, I guess.
Yeah, it's always great when you can beat Adam Logan, especially when he's having the hot start he's had. On the co-insure turn, I guess 2 highest scoring bingo options, both hooked preview. There was Suction, or SOUCING. We presume you at least saw those bingos, and then we got into a big dialogue with chat about the back hooks to Susing and its various spellings. Did you see that option? Did you talk yourself out of a hook, or did you just opt to play co-insure because it's a little tighter on the board?
I did see both of those. I was mainly trying to see if there was any hooks with the flow that was on the top of the board. I just liked the fact that co-insure kind of just blocked it up a bit more as well. I didn't want to open up too much. It was only I think it was like a 4-point sacrifice or something. So I was happy to take the 80 points and just keep it blocked.
Yeah, there was one play that hooked flow that was Continuos, CONTINUOS. That only scored 78. Co-insure was 80, so perhaps not even right to hit it. But there was one there. It was kind of tough. The chat is asking about what ended up being a pretty big turn, SOU, and what you were thinking there. I don't know if Adam revealed his rack to you after the game. I kind of saw him point at the line, but what was your thought there?
He did tell me that he had Leviest, I think. So I guess he had must have had IES or something, something like that. He told me he had that. I was just trying to block the bingo lane. Obviously, the blank was still kind of unseen as well. So I was thinking that he probably had it. Of course, I drew it straight after SOU. Especially when he's playing F down at the bottom, I obviously thought that he was trying to get some kind of last minute bingo in to try and cut the spread. So, but yeah, I know that in the standings my spread is not the highest right now, so I didn't want to kind of give up any more spread than I needed to, especially when you watched me yesterday playing against Will and I played a phony, kind of let him kind of cut the spread a bit. So trying to learn a bit from that and keep the spread high.
Yeah. It ended up being a huge swing in the game and one that netted you some major positive spread. So chat wanted to ask about that. We want to ask real quick about one more turn. That was the taxied turn. There were so many good options for you there. Talk us through what ended up being an awesome sequence. You played taxi in this placement and then crushed the overlap next turn.
Yeah. Part of it was actually thinking about not playing the X and setting up the LAX spot for like 50 points. I couldn't think of anything particularly great that would do that, especially if he blocks it, then my X probably wouldn't play for quite so much on the next turn. So I just thought take the points. I'll play 6 tiles, might draw into S or a blank or something, and I did draw the S straight after that. I just thought I'd just keep the scoring going, basically push myself out to a 150 point lead and see what he would do next.
All right, and one final question for you before we set you free. How hard is it playing Scrabble with the big football match going on, and who are you supporting right now?
Wow, got the England soccer jersey on today. But yeah, I think they're playing right now. I don't know if there's actually any TV on out in the foyer or not, but I'll be monitoring that and the game after that as well. So obviously hoping that England can make it to the semifinals.
England playing Switzerland right now. 17 minutes in, they trail 4-0. I'm just messing with you. It's a drop too far. All right, face drop. All right, well, Austin, congrats on the big win. I know we'll see more of you on stream. Go ahead and stretch your legs a little bit, and thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
And for our viewers tagging along, we have another dynamite matchup. I've got confirmation that Will Anderson and Adam Logan will play the next game on stream. So you better not turn off the stream. You must hate Scrabble if you do. We're going to cut to a brief intermission, get these guys wrangled up and down at the board, but don't go anywhere. Adam Logan, Will Anderson, just a few minutes. We'll see you there. Howdy, howdy, everybody. Thanks for bearing with us through that brief intermission. Let's not forestall this anymore. Let's cut right over to the board for another awesome game from Albany, New York. This one's going to be Adam Logan and Will Anderson. Charles, we've seen both of these players already on stream, so just give us a little bit of hype casting. 15 seconds about how awesome this game's going to be.
I think this game will almost certainly be awesome. It can be hardly be anything but with two players as good as Adam and Will. We just saw Adam on stream lose a tough one to Austin, but we know what he's capable of. We know he's going to bounce back and hopefully give us some high scoring, high quality play we know he's capable of. Will, of course, the accolades don't need to be restated, but he's at the top of his game. He'll probably stay there for a while, and we're excited to see what this match holds.
All right, this one's going to be awesome. 10 out of 10. Do not turn off your stream for the next 45 minutes. Adam Logan and Will Anderson, let's do it. Adam has not had success on the stream so far, I believe 0-2, and losing is not something he's done often this tournament. So we'll see if he's able to shake the curse or continue drawing clunky racks on the stream. AFIL, his first 4 tiles, and the J, about the last thing you want to see to synergize with those. He is going to have the 44-point jingle, JINGAL, or the short 18-point JA. You got to take the points here, right, Charles?
Yeah, this seems very straightforward. Adam agrees. You can't pass up 44 points just to make a fish with ING. Not the right idea. This is the perfect first play for Adam to get him going quick.
And AINOPST, a great first pull for Will, and he has been given a floater that allows him to bingo. There's just one 8-letter word Will can play on this turn, and it is the 68-point Pintanos, PINTANOS. Will's only bingo this turn.
Yeah, these are good letters, so you need to take a little bit of time, make sure you assess all your options. Jingle gave out 6 different floaters. That's 6 new tiles that you have to think about, 6 new letters that you have to see if you have 8-letter words. Will is a very quick bingo finder. Probably has already iterated through all of them while I've been talking. Will probably come to the conclusion that his only playable bingo is Pintanos.
If he comes to any other conclusion, he would be incorrect. And Will far too good at Scrabble to come to an incorrect conclusion on kind of a baby bingo-ish draw for him here. Thankfully, for the first time, we're not going to see like 100-0 in this game. I'm grateful for that.
Yeah, I feel like if Adam maybe scored 8 on his first play and then Will bingoed, we might see a board flipping situation. Of course, I'm joking. Adam would never do something like that, but even after Will's bingo, he's only going to be up by 20. It'll still be a very close game after what we presume will be a played bingo.
And here it comes, Pintanos, 68 points for Will, and he will take the lead on Adam. 68-44, Adam with AFGIITY, and he's going to look to shed some of these inflexible letters. There's multiple good options to do so, but a word that's already come up on stream once is now here again. I think his best play is ignify through this N. IGNIFY. That does take 3 different front hooks to open up high scoring plays back. But if you can play off FGIIY and score 26 points, it's hard to pass that up.
Yeah, that is definitely very tempting. He does have another play that scores a little bit more. I think also a word we've seen on stream at some point in this term is Yagi, YAGI, to the left of Pintanos, which maybe is a little bit more board constricting than you would want. It blocks that S for 8-letter words and things like that. I think Ignify definitely looks to be the play here, but he does have Yagi set up on his rack, so maybe he is thinking about it.
it just gives up huge plays afterwards so often, and it's hard to stomach that. But Yagi does score better, so I'm going to run a little sim just to humor me. But I feel, and Adam probably feels the same way, that you're just getting crushed by counter plays after Yagi a little too often. It looks like Will's going to score 44 no matter what Adam chooses to do here between Ignify, Yagi, and even a few other options. Interesting.
Also, Ignify is not the easiest word to spot. 6-letter words are not what you first think of when you're looking to make a play. So there's a little bit of a danger that the play just gets missed. Even a player of Adam's caliber is capable of overlooking options.
Adam set it up on his rack earlier on the turn, so he's seen it already. He's just debating these options now. And again, I'll say this, even though I said it last game, Scrabble at the top level is not a word-finding game very often. It is largely a deciding game. You see the options, and you just have to choose the best one. That's what the top players get to spend their time doing, and that's what Adam's doing here.
The downside of Ignify, as pointed out in chat, is you do open up that triple word score for 5-letter words starting with F. It does become maybe the most tantalizing spot for your opponent to play. But Yagai does the same thing, but worse, giving back 4 or 5-letter plays to the left, making overlaps. So both plays kind of have a downside in that regard. And you're telestratoring what I was just thinking, Matt, which is Ignify also could give back like 30 or 40 point plays, making Dignify or Lignify or Signify. Probably not Signify. I wouldn't expect to see that played for just 40 points, but either of the other two. So there's some considerations on what these plays set up. That's what Adam's thinking about right now.
If you're going to set up a scoring spot, you'd rather set up 2. The problem with YAGI is, that's YG. YAGI is that there's this spot, and depending on what gets put down, if that's PIS or something, you're not going to get a stack back. You're setting up one spot for your opponent, and then you can't hit them back. That's not what you want to do. Ignify, I think, gives them multiple different threats here. And Faying is a similar version of this play, similar tiles, but without the front hooks. So Faying, what Adam opts to do here, an option we didn't talk about that much, but I've been running that one, and it too sims above Yagi.
Yeah, that one's a bit tough to stomach because of the huge double-letter, triple-word underlap zone that you're hitting, or that you're setting up. Just like a 4-tile play could do a lot of damage in that spot, but as we were saying, all the candidate plays sort of had dangerous aspects to them.
Adams with a very interesting pull, double C's and a blank. He's going to score a lot next turn. Will has also drawn a very important tile here, the L, that allows him to backhook Jingle to make its alternate spelling. That's going to unlock a lot of points for him here. 3 O's mucks up the rack, but OBOLE and Jingle is 28, forks the board wide open. Lobo or Bolo are 27 in the same spot. And play a little bit more control here. Will's got to choose one of these options, but I think you've got to play off the extra vowel and play Obol and Jingle.
Yeah, there's no E's played on the board yet. I mean, it is early, but there's still 11 E's unseen from Will's perspective. So playing off one here is not. There's no reason to keep the E for bingo considerations. He's choosing to fork the board here, play off the one extra vowel, and score his best available score. So doing a lot of things right that turn. And also a nice spot of Jingle taking an L, which is not guaranteed that you see.
I think a lot of folks are about to learn a word or two on this turn, as Adam has one bingo that outscores the other options by 7 points. 79-point available bingo for Adam, and it does something super weird. Obol in CSW has a front hook. That is an S. So Adam's highest scoring bingo is Cretics, Cretics, and Sobol for 79 points. Did you know one of those? Did you know both of those? Or did you just learn 2 words?
Yeah, that is a tough spot. And might have been part of Will's thinking on that turn was setting up the S for Sobol. You can't really expect Adam to overlook it, but maybe there's a chance. Definitely against a lower rated player. That's what an expert would want to do, is set up these hidden hooks that only they know. Doesn't work as well when you've got 2 super experts playing against each other, but it is another facet of that Obel turn.
That Obel turn is nuts. It just blows this game open. This line, this line, this line, in addition to this spot here. Like, wow, wide open after Obel. But, it's a play I think Will needed to make given the inflexibility in his rack. It just guarantees we're going to see tons of points scored. And honestly, I'm here for that.
Yeah, well, if we're streaming the best players of Collins, we expect 400s, 500s, the straight 600 every once in a while. That's what these players are capable of.
If Adam overlooks or doesn't see Critics, this turn gets a lot more complex for him. He has some other high-scoring bingos, 72 points here for Crocoite, Crocoite, 72 points also for Ricochet. But Ricochet opens up this part of the board and a lot of floaters and a back hook on top of that. Crocoite exposes a triple-triple. Ectropic is another possible bingo for Adam, 69 points, Ectropic, but again reveals a triple-triple. And the only other bingo that plays this turn is Cruciate, which is just 62 points. So if Adam doesn't spot the 79-point Critics here, he's got a lot of bad options out of this rack. It's important that he spots it.
Yeah, this is one of those cases. It's kind of a rare situation, I think, where you've got a blank and one of your bingos out of many options is clearly the best. Often you'll have a lot of bingos that play in similar places for similar scores, and it's just up to you to find one of them. If you find one of them, you're golden. Well, in this case, he's really just got the one that he needs to spot, and he needs to spot a weird hook to play it. So a more difficult situation than normal when faced with this blank. Also, I don't know about anybody else out there, but I always struggle with the bingos that have 2 C's in them. So I would be spending a lot of time double and triple checking my work to make sure I'm not missing a word that I'd overlooked using 2 C's.
Scrabble's an unjust game a lot where somebody makes a bad play and accidentally benefits from it. This is going to be Scrabble justice one way or the other. If Adam does make the blunder here, he's going to give Will a bingo. Will's rack DELNORV bingos with an A or an E. Overland and Rondevel with an A. Overlend with an E. Critics does not let Will bingo next turn. But if he ends up having to play Ricochet instead, Will's going to hit back with Overlend. If he ends up playing Ectropic, Will's going to triple with Overlend. And if he plays Crocoite, Will's going to hit Overlend for, I think, 92 or something like that. So Adam needs to find the best bingo here. And if he does not, he will get punished very hard for his blunder.
Yeah, and if he fails to spot Critics, he might see what the other bingos do for him, and he'll either just play Cruciate to avoid all those things, or I suppose it's possible that he would pass up bingos, given that he really wants to avoid putting an E in a triple-triple line. I guess he would have to decide between Ricochet and Cruciate and possibly not playing a bingo, although I don't see any really nice plays that avoid bingoing.
Just an absolutely pivotal turn in this game. Adam can take a commanding position with Critics, and he's playing Cruciate here. Wow. So of all of the bingos, this is the one Adam opts for, and this actually also doesn't let Will bingo back. So the highest and lowest scoring bingos for Adam don't give any options back to Will. I wonder if Will has figured all of this out already. The facial expression he just made makes me think, wow, he missed Credix and Sobel, and I'm still not going to bingo because of it. Or maybe Will didn't think any of that through and is just sad that he got bingoed on. I'm not sure, but big swing of events there as Adam, with the rather curious play of Cruciate, dodges a bullet.
Yeah, and I think he probably had good reasons for playing Cruciate. What it does for the board is just a lot more easy to deal with than playing a ton of tiles out in space, and it works out for him. He prevents Will from playing his bingo. Now Will's got to determine, what the play will be, given that he wasn't given the E or the A for overland or overlend.
And he had it blocked on top of everything else. I feel like I know that we made up a couple terms for this, but there really needs to be an awesome and defined term in Scrabble where your bingo gets blocked by your opponent's bingo. It hurts. It hurts a lot. That's 110 point swing in a game.
Yeah, I don't know if we want to come up with a term for that, because then whenever we're talking with people at tournaments, they'll just be using it to get sympathy from you. So if we make the concept more abstract, maybe we avoid some of that.
I find it cute when people expect sympathy from me at a tournament. They never, ever get it. Vendor, I think the top option for Will, a great play, scores a ton out of a rack that's otherwise clunky. This brings him within 4 points, but Adam has had a great post-bingo draw. He will not be deterred by that UW combination. 3 anagrams each play using the R in Cruciate, and Adam opting for outwears here. You can also spell out swear or out swear, S-W-E-A-R or S-W-A-R-E. Nice little set of bingos there. And Adam cashes in 72 more points to pull his lead ahead, 204 to 128. And Will has not had a great draw there, Huddeln, but one superb option stands out for Will.
Yeah, this will be a really nice find if he spots it. And we know that Will is aware of 6-letter words. He's not going to overlook the chance to play a 6-letter word if it jumps out to him. And we see Matt writing it on the board right now. The word is Hudden, Hudden. Looks to score 47 points. Far and away his best play on this turn if he spots it.
This is a test for all Scrabble players. Hudden is a weird past tense of the 4-letter H-A-U-D, so a Collins-only strange conjugation of a word. You wouldn't know this 6 from 7s necessarily. It's not like there's Huddens, and you can just drop the S. This is going to be a big test of Will's word knowledge.
Yeah, and it's kind of a point, or sort of a demonstration of the fact that once you finish learning all the words 2 through 8, maybe ignoring the 6s, at some point you do have to, if you want to be the best, you do have to go back and learn the 6-letter words, even the weird ones, even the low probability ones, because there's always a chance that one of those weird 6-letter words is your best play, and you're leaving a lot of points and equity on the table by not knowing the word. So anybody who is thinking, well, just skip over the 6s, it'll work for a while, but eventually you'll probably want to get to them if you want to be the level of these guys.
Outside of Hudden, there are not many good options. I think D-U-N-S-H-E-D would be option number 2 for Will, though that is a little bit terrifying because of the dual hotspots it exposes there. This board is open enough still that I feel like you're okay making a play like Dunged. There's also worth noticing the excruciatingly awesome extension right there. This board will open back up when a player draws the X, I think.
Yeah, that would be a very, very nice spot. Although I guess not guaranteed if you draw the X that you actually want to play it. If you're up by enough, you maybe pass it up, or if you've got another X spot. But it would definitely be cool to see that hit the board.
That'd be dope, yeah. I mean, if Adam draws it with the lead, he's probably going to cash it here instead. The X is a great tile on this board, but Will doesn't have to worry about the board closing with this sneaky way to open it back up and score a boatload of points. I wonder if one or both players has noticed the possibility of excruciate.
Will has Hutton set up on his rack. He must be thinking about it right now because he has seen the word. We've got confirmation that he has at least seen it. Maybe he's not sure of it. As Matt mentioned, it's a weird 6-letter Collins only, weird conjugation, but he's going and playing it. So really good play from Will. Maybe one of the better ones we've seen this tournament.
This is really impressive. We've talked about turns that separate, 1700s from 2000 players. These are the turns that separate 21 of 50 from 2000. That is a word that very few players know, and even fewer players could pull the trigger on in 5-point challenge. And Will deep exhale as he sees this one get challenged. I wonder how certain he is on it, but we know in the booth he's picking up 5 more points. So Hutton not 47, but 52 here for Will. And Adam kind of cocks the head. All right, nice job.
Maybe Adam wasn't quite as sure of it. We expect Adam to also know that word, but maybe he thought it would take an S or something like that, and he would know it more clearly than he does. So Will gets an extra 5 points. We are playing with the 5-point challenge rule in the Collins division, and but Adam does not lose his turn. It's still Adam's turn to make a play.
So if you're holding that play, do you say hold or do you say hood? H-A-U-D, like that word comes from.
Yeah, I think if you say it wrong, does it still count as a hold, or your opponent's allowed to draw tiles after you say something like that?
Someone's going to use this at some point, and we're going to have to update the rule book. NASPA Rules Committee, get ready. All right, Will, rewarded immensely for his incredible play. Hutton, again, awesome job from Will, and he's drawn a blank and a bingo this turn. I love when there's justice in Scrabble. When you make the awesome play, you deserve the draw like this. 1 playable bingo for Will here. The 71-point Sleekin plays alongside Obel, making ES.
And also, Adam made his play very quickly, but I think Minish was exactly what he wanted to do on that turn as well. Getting rid of duplicates, getting rid of those 2 eyes and scoring 30 points. He made it too quickly to analyze, but thankfully not too much analysis needed on that turn. Just a really solid play from Adam, and now we see if Will can find his 1 playable bingo holding the blank.
Sleekin's going to give Adam some good plays back, like Mangrel, I think is a word, or Mangler, or something like that. Maybe both of them. I know that's a rack I mess up all the time. Mangler is the one. So Adam's going to have a good score and a way to play out of an ugly rack, but that's going to make this a neck-and-neck game if we see the sequence of Sleekin to Mangler.
Yeah, it'll still be a close game. We're happy that this one is not a blowout. It still won't be a blowout even after a bingo from Will. Still will be, I wouldn't say anybody's contest, but Adam will still be in decent shape as long as he can score decently after the bingo. And it looks like Will is setting it up. He has spotted it. So good spot from Will. We know he's an expert at finding bingos with a blank. If anybody does the blank bingo quizzes on airlift.org, you will see Will's username at the very top of the leaderboard basically every single time. He's just a machine. Really, I don't think there is really any question that he would miss this bingo. He's just... Most experts are okay with blanks. Will is really, a god when he gets a blank on his rack.
All right, I erroneously updated these scores a little too quickly. Sleekin puts Will ahead 251 to 234, and I went ahead and put Mangler in for Adam. I keep saying Mangrel because somebody played that on accident at the national championship last summer, but Mangler, the play we expect to see. And Will draw the X. The X is still so important in this game, but nope, still in the bag. AEFORTW with the post bingo draw for Will. This game is getting fascinating.
Yeah, this game is still quite close. Adam probably needs to make a play either on the bottom row or through the E of Sleekin. Can't really let that area stay open. Could look also to play alongside Sleekin something like Mare. Maybe not the right play, but something to consider. We see him just going for Mangler, which seems to be the straightforward option.
Yeah, Mangler, the play here. And 36 points for Adam. Will has to be a little bit sad that his Fanwort, Fanwort, was blocked. But you have to know that that N is going to get played through most of the time. Actually, Will is not upset that Fanwort was blocked because Will has way more points. I didn't spot it right away, but 94 points for Will. Whoa.
Yeah, that's going to be a real boon for him if he spots it. And again, we expect Will to find bingos like this. It's well within his knowledge and his abilities to make a play like that. Not a whole lot of bingo spots left on this board after a play like Footwear. That's the bingo he has through Outwears. Really just the E and the R of Mangler and maybe the E of Sleekin. So Adam will be in a little bit of a tough position after this bingo comes down.
Footwear for 94. And this is another turn that is so easy to autopilot. WOF plays for 31, holding AERT. Like, that play just feels so obviously correct and instinctive to put down in 10 seconds. The FWO combination, you don't think to bingo often with it. You start looking immediately at intermediate plays. The fact that Will hasn't played Footwear yet means Will hasn't seen Footwear yet.
Oh, he is setting up WAF. This would be an uncharacteristic miss from Will to miss... I guess what you would consider to be a common word of Footwear. Of course, commonality often makes bingos harder to spot. And he was just throwing us off the scent. He was trolling us. Will Anderson, the master troller, does find Footwear in the end.
You know what I think is stronger than playing Footwear in 30 seconds or less is sitting there for 2 minutes and then playing a natural Footwear for 94. I think just to tilt my opponent a little bit. Maybe it's better to take the extra time there. Will gave us a little bit of a scare, but drops down the 94-point Footwear and has completely reversed the tides in this game. He was facing Dire Straits earlier, the incredible Hudden showing off the word knowledge display, and then back-to-back bingos for Will, who's turned what looked like it was going to be a rough game into a game where he is in the driver's seat. And there's the X. Will he get one more chance to flex? Will he draw the E he needs? No. Excruciate not on the cards for Will, but perhaps something he can cash in soon. We'll pass over back to the Canadian Adam Logan, ADEIQRT. And this is another turn that's very easy to autopilot. QI just feels like the thing you need to do here, but Adam should not rush this decision. You want to make sure you do things right in a game this tight. There are so many places to score on this board. You want to make sure you do all the math correctly in your head and make sure you don't see anything else. ADERT is a great leave. QI looks to be a good play, but do you need to play some defense here? What do you think, Charles?
Yeah, I think QI, there really can be no other play once you give it some thought, I think, because ADERT, a very good leave. You're holding one of the few remaining E's, so kind of keeping the E for a bingo becomes kind of crucial, I would say, especially with the most likely spots maybe being the R of Mangler. So you want to keep that E. You have to get rid of the Q. You can do it while scoring points. I feel like no reason to hold on to the Q at this point. I see Matt is pointing at the Z. The Z is a big consideration here with two huge spots to play it. So You could maybe think, rather than trying to bingo, let's play off as many tiles as we can and try to get that Z. But maybe you start that plan next turn. Maybe you start with QI this turn, and then if you don't draw bingo, you just gun for the Z.
This is so hard. Yeah, you would like to turn over more tiles. The Z is a huge tile in this game, but your opponent has just scored 94 and turned over 7. Adam really has to be shaking his head here at how quickly this one has snuck away from him, but he's not done yet. We know the Z is not on Will's rack. And Adam, I think this is the only thing you can do here. You would love to make a different play, but there's just no opportunity to be creative out of that rack. QI the play from Adam, and IOPSTUX for Will, who leads 435 to 308. We'll see what he wants to do. He's got to be just as afraid of the unseen Z, but I think you can make the inference most of the time that Adam didn't have it after QI. So does Will look to play a lot of tiles here? Does he just look to cash Pox? Does he look to hold on to the X for Excruciate? This is going to be a very important turn, and one that Will has to balance a lot of different considerations on. XI here sets up Will's O for a killer score next turn. Pox is great. Plays that hold the X are nice for Excruciate. Maybe you want to block the killer Z plays here. This is such a hard turn, and I'm just not smart enough to dissect it. So, Charles, why don't you give it a stab?
Yeah, I'm honored that you think that I'm smart enough to dissect it. I guess that's my job, so we'll give it a shot. My first inclination is just take out the easy triple word score. The Z goes there. You can score 50 yourself with the X. So feels like a strong play to play there. You score more there with the X than you do with Excruciate, so there's not really any point of, continuing to fish for that, I would feel like, especially given that there's few E's remaining in the bag. I think you just take the points where you get them with the X. You actually keep almost a sort of a bingo-ish leave as long as you draw some worthy consonants. Maybe you could bingo next turn. And while there is still a Z spot remaining, this is about as good as you can do, given that you can only block one spot per turn. You don't get to play on two separate spots of the board.
An RYU, the pull for Will. This is about to be a worst case scenario for him. He's going to see Adam bingo and then almost certainly draw the Z out of the bag. In fact, Adam will draw the Z out of the bag, as there are exactly 7 tiles unseen. So Adam has 2 bingos. It's the same word in 2 different spots. Siderate, Siderate, plays either here or here for Adam. Wonder if he's actually going to bingo here. I think he needs to, but bingoing here, he'll still trail slightly. He'll empty the bag, and it'll be Will's turn. It feels like an always lose situation. I wonder if bingoing here is correct.
Yeah, that's going to, again, take some dissection, because even if Adam thinks about the best case scenario where he bingos and draws the Z, the bag will be empty. Will can just block the Z spot hanging out next to Sleek and Mangler. And then since Pox blocked the other Z spot, you sort of wish that there is sort of another go-to spot for the Z, and there won't necessarily be one. Playing Siderate vertically, it's hard to play alongside that S of Siderate. Siderate, I guess we're pronouncing it that way. There's only an I and an O left that will play over there.
And a T.
So, oh yes, the T. I always forget the T in Collins. It's a tough one to spot. So it'll be sort of a close end game, depending on where the Z can be used for points after the 62-point Z bomb gets blocked.
So the Z plays here. Siderate also sets up the Z here and major spots for it here. And Adam has to know that Will did not have it last turn, because ZO is a much stronger play. So Adam has to know that Will only had 3 shots to draw the Z, and there's a very good chance it's still in the bag. This is not a 50-50 coin flip. He's probably going to draw it after bingoing here. And with the abundance of places to cash it in that will be created after Siderate here, I think he needs to bingo, try to draw the Z, and just threaten enormous options in multiple spots. The problem is I'm really not seeing much that he can draw with the Z that threatens this spot here. I'm not seeing much beyond like Zit or Azo. Yeah, I'm not seeing the fives that crush here. Zibit, maybe, if he draws that, he'll have a chance.
Yeah, that's the downside of playing Siderit there. Is, I mean, it looks like it sets up a lot, but with the vowels, sort of the composition of the pool, it actually doesn't set up as much as you want. And what it does set up maybe doesn't score enough to overcome an out and two from Will. And we see from chat, I was actually just trying to figure this out. The unseen, what Adam will draw after a bingo here, assuming he plays it, will be AABEOVZ. So kind of inflexible letters, the B and the V along with the Z. Might not have a chance to play off all those tiles in short order.
Okay, so I went ahead and decided to spoil the rest of the game for us. What happens if Adam draws Siderate and gets exactly the rack that he will get? If he plays it down to the E, Will's going to have 4 possible wins, but none of them are easy. If Adam plays Siderate in the other spot, it looks like he's thinking about playing it here. I'm going to have to run that one through the engine now. And will also have exactly 4 winning sequences if Adam plays it in the other spot. So in this iteration with Will's rack, Will's going to hang on and win in either case, as long as he does this end game right. But this is going to be a nail biter. And Adam still has to think long and hard about passing up on the bingo here. If there's a way for him to set up a line here, in addition to threatening line or bingos in the line here, he might just win this game.
Yeah, and I'm spending some time here trying to come up with any ways that he can play off a couple tiles, like play off DI while setting up a hook that only he can use. You could do something like DIT to outwears, setting up ADIT. But he loses a lot of momentum making only a 4-point play. And so that's... I don't know if there's ever situations where that actually wins him the game. It doesn't even really make his bingos that much higher scoring. He feels like he has to come up with a way to make his eventual bingo like some kind of monster bingo rather than just the 76 points that he's scoring with Siderate.
Adam has to understand this turn is the game. This is his last chance to make a Hail Mary. Whatever he draws is whatever he draws, and he's stuck with it. But his fate is decided right here on this turn, and it is so aggravatingly hard. I think adding to the madness here is that the Z rather is most likely in the bag, given Will's last play, and so he has to find a way to not bingo and then bingo next turn, assuming he draws the Z. So you need to find plays that let you draw Z bingos that would score 100. And I'm not seeing great ways to do that. I'm not seeing Z bingos in these spots that are easy to draw, especially looking at the garbage unseen in the pool. I think for Adam, he's going to look at this for a very long time and then pull the trigger on one of the 2 bingos. As to which one is right, I am nowhere near smart enough to tell you.
Yeah, I wonder if he's possibly thinking about playing like ID under Minish, setting up a new bingo line for himself that could possibly score a little bit more. IDE is a word in Collins, so slightly more likely to hit that spot, but it doesn't feel like the right... it feels like it's a hard spot to hit. You have to hit it exactly right, with exactly the right letters in the right spots. MI doesn't take any vowels after it, so that makes it harder to hit. But those are the types of things you have to be thinking about. You kind of have to think creatively when you're faced with a weird endgame situation like this, where you still might be an underdog after a bingo.
nobody more equipped, I think, than Adam Logan to figure this situation out and run through all the different opportunities and all the different sequences. What happens if I bingo and draw the Z? What happens if I bingo and I don't draw the Z? What happens if I fish and draw the Z? What happens if I fish and I don't draw the Z? A play like ID would set up, almost stuff like Zestier. It doesn't quite fit, but I think, yeah, he's come to the conclusion this is his best shot. He's got to play it now, and I think this is exactly what to do and where to do it. So Adam spend almost 8 minutes on that turn. Scrabble is so hard, and Will now will double check his tracking and realize that Adam has found the Z in the bag, threatens some dangerous options with it. We know that Will can win this game, but this is going to be challenging with the abundance of threats that Adam has. 4 paths to victory here. One that is a very narrow path. I think the most straightforward that Will should see first is the ability to play YURTS. That's going to hold on to IU, which I think is going to threaten multiple outs. I know he'll at least have 2E here. And that should outrun ZEA.
He also has Huey from the H of Minish. So we'll go out into...
he'll play Yurts. Will play, or Adam, his best option is ZEA here for 66 points. And then Will, able to go out with HUI, would end up winning by 3 after catching all of the points off of Adam's rack, the ABEOV. So Yurts is, I think, the most straightforward sequence. It's easy. Will can flex on the stream if he wants to. Yurts only wins by 3, and he has other ways to win this game by 20 or 30 points if he's able to obstruct most of Adam's options, like the ZEA play. But this is one of those situations where it's very hard to make this play. You'd hate to botch a win. Yurts wins 100%, and it's very easy to see. There are 3 other ways to win by obstructing the spot. I'll go ahead and spoil them. Optimal in-game per Quackle is KUIA right now. It holds on to Yurts to threaten here, and I presume in at least one other spot. It blocks the ZEA opportunity. And should Will find this sequence, he'll hold on and win by 19. That's choice number 1. Choice number 2 is the same idea, but also putting the S on and holding on to Yurt. Does the same thing, and this one should win by 16 for Will. And then the third path to victory is Truism, TRUISM. Again, obstruct the ZEA play. So those are Will's 4 wins. Truism, Kaya's, or just Yurts right now. And I think if I were here, I would recount the entire game now, play Yurts, and just beat Adam by 3. But we'll see. We'll see what Will does in his approach. There's no guarantee that he does this right. We've seen him mistrack inadvertently on a stream before. You've got a whole video on that, about that on his YouTube channel. He's got to do this one right.
Yeah, and if I'm Will here, I am probably going to recount the game in totality. Might even retrack given how much time I have, because after doing the math and finding out that Yurts wins by 3, that doesn't feel like enough cushion. I actually don't know enough about Will and Adam's scoring abilities in terms of accurately scoring their plays. Maybe they both are so confident in each other's abilities that they assume that the game has been scored correctly. But with, even a small error here or there, you could easily have, botched it and be a few points off. So Yurts only winning by 3 doesn't feel safe enough until I make sure that the score is correct. The score is correct.
Pretty sure Adam Logan is one of the most brilliant mathematicians on the planet right now, but arithmetic and mathematics are different.
Right. Yeah, these are very skilled. We've got a lot of mathematicians in the Scrabble scene, but that doesn't mean that they can do 2 times 6 plus 3 correctly all the time. It's not always going to be that simple or that easy.
Boy, these moments, like the one Will faces right now, are the reason players play this game. I've got a world champion on the ropes. My fate is in my hands. I have to do this right. It's so scary staring down the barrel of ZEA for 66. Will's just got to hold on and figure this out. He's got 5 more minutes. He's already spent almost 5 on this turn. But you've got to slam the door shut on these games to be a world-class player.
Yeah, and it feels so counterintuitive to leave the Z spot hanging open. Like the first thing that he thought of, and I think he was just playing with his Y tile, was just to drop the Y there for 26 points. But then the end game gets really complicated, as you said, Matt. Like it's multiple turns back and forth of dinking off your tiles that don't, play easily or play nicely on this board, and it just gets so hard to figure out. Calculating end games like this, which might involve 2 or 3 turns from each player, it just the branching factor gets so complicated. You kind of want to avoid that when you've only got 4 minutes on your clock. Although your opponent only has 2, so they're perhaps more likely to blunder. If you've got a straightforward out in 2, you first confirm that it does actually win, and then you probably just take it.
So it looks like Will is maybe thinking about Yurt first, or maybe he's thinking about KUIAS first. But you say he set up just Yurt on his rack, and now he's moved the S back over. Just playing Yurt and ST right now for Will loses, as the combination ISU only goes out with suit for 5 or SUI for 5. So Will must play Yurts if he's going to take this play now. It is also possible that Will has spotted both the KUIA and KUIAS sequence and is thinking those through. But the way Will is shuffling his tiles, I think he solved this one out, and he's just trying to figure out the best sequence and guaranteeing that he's not missed anything that Adam can have.
Yeah, he's still got 3 minutes on his clock, so enough time to do his homework. He's already spent some time. But this is why you play the beginning game and middle game with relative efficiency, is so that you have time left over for situations like this where you really need to go, deep into your own thoughts, sort of withdraw into your brain and just figure things out.
And this is a game, too, that I'm so stoked that Will looks like he's going to hold on and win, because this is a game that I think even most other top players do not win. The play of Hudden, and ironically enough, the 5 points that Will picked up after it are going to be huge. I want to emphasize that Scrabble is a game of tactics, but you have to do your study as well. That is a play that even very few 2,000 players make, and that is the reason Will's going to win the game. Yes, he has some great pulls after it, but that play, that brilliance, is the reason Will wins this game.
Down to 2 minutes left. Of course, he'll if he figures out the end game, he'll be able to play it relatively quickly. He'll only need 10 or 15 seconds to make an out in 2 sequence without going over. But he looks like he's still debating what exactly he should do here. He's shaking his head a little bit. Makes him mentally discounting one option over the other, but now he's just setting up UI by itself, which maybe is hinting at Kia, KUIA. He's trying to figure out if Yurts goes in multiple spots, which I don't think it does. I think Yurts only goes out in 1 spot. So if Adam blocks it, it adds some complication.
All right, and crucially, he is putting down at the S. So this is kind of what we thought we were going to see. This is the easy 100% I can't blow this game, leaving a few spread points on the table. But, the KUIA sequence, it just feels so weird to make, and you'd hate to botch this one, just chasing about 6 extra spread points. So Will, taking his time, figuring it out, finding a 100-point win, despite that worst case scenario, bingo into X-Bomb. And Will's 427 to 384 lead is going to be just enough to withstand the big play impending from Adam. ZEA is going to be just short. Will looks to have a 3-point victory.
Yeah, this is I think a great game from both sides, and a very juicy end game to give a lot of thought to, which we always love to get the chance to do that kind of analysis.
Wow, this was an awesome one. This makes up for all of the blowouts. It's just seeing two absolute titans of the game back and forwards, neck and neck. This was awesome. ZEA, as we expected from Adam, and Will with 2 spots to go out with those last 2 tiles. Again, HUI from the H for 6 wins the game, and TUI would technically tie if Will wants to troll us all, but no. Take that win. 6 points for Will and 20 off of Adam's rack. 453 to 450 is the final in this one. That's one for the ages. This was incredible.
Yeah, and it looks like Adam is a little bit distraught by it, of course, losing a close end game. You feel like maybe you could have done something differently. We at least up here in the booth feel like he played that one as well as he could have, and Will had just enough with his inflexible letters to pull this one out.
The beauty of Scrabble is you never know which word it is that you randomly pick up or that you happen to study that's going to make the impact in your next game. In this one, it was the awkward past tense of the Scottish H-A-U-D, Hudden, that gives Will the 5 points he needs on a challenge to win by 3. Otherwise, Will has a much tougher end game, and we're not sure if he pulls that one out. We're going to get a quick interview with Will and get his thoughts on that, though I expect a Wanderer 15 video will come out with a more thorough breakdown. In the interim, let's make sure y'all do your homework. This is the Albany July 4th tournament. It's brought to you on Let's Play Scrabble. If you're just now hopping into the stream, welcome. You missed an instant classic. And hit that subscribe button. Lots of competitive Scrabble brought to you on Josh Greenway's Let's Play Scrabble channel. Hit that button. You'll get a bunch of cool Scrabble videos popping up in your newsfeed. Who doesn't want that? Let's get a thumbs up on these video streams as well. The more thumbs up we get, the more YouTube likes us and the more people it chooses to put our game in front of. So thanks to everybody playing along. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you like this video. And it looks like the players are wrapping up the paperwork, but we definitely want to get Will on the headset after this one and get his thoughts.
So it looks like they're doing a little bit of board reconstruction here, trying to figure out what happens after Cider 8 played in the other spot. We didn't have the mental capacity to figure all that out to the end. So curious if they'll figure it out better than us, but certainly a lot of exciting plays here, especially in the end game, and definitely one that we expect to see on Will Anderson's YouTube channel at some point in the future, hopefully. Definitely a lot of things to think about here.
This was such a good game, and I think comes back to an incredible play by Will of Hudden and also a small miss from Adam. Whether it was a miss on the front hook Sobol or just the 7-letter Cretix, I think that turn is one that Adam's going to go back and lament as this one got away from him at the end.
Yeah, that one, if he does analysis after the games, he'll see that and know that was the best play available to him at that time. It's kind of annoying to find a bingo and then realize you had a much better option available, but also kind of a good reinforcement that you should always keep your eyes peeled for things like turning Obol into Sobol. It's also a little bit heartbreaking that Adam lost this game because he gave 5 points away on challenging Hudden. If he forces Will into a small or larger deficit, Will has to come up with a considerably more difficult end game path to win this game. So the 5-point challenge, which a lot of players often treat a little bit flippantly, like, oh, 5 points is not going to make a difference. Often it doesn't, but there are cases where it does, and those are maybe the things that you remember. You remember the times that you lost a game because you challenged your opponent's 6-letter word.
I wish Quackle had the tools to go through and figure out which placement of Siderate is actually correct, or Siderate, or whatever that word is. Can it figure out every single possible rack that Will could have? Do we have the capabilities yet with a 7 or 14 unseen, like pound through every single sequence of letters into the end game? Adam going back and lamenting this decision. I don't think he knows that it was actually the Cruciate turn that cost him the game and not this decision here.
Yeah, I think Cesar, creator of Woogles and Aerolith, is also working on Macondo, which is a sort of an AI machine learning Scrabble playing engine. And I think the goal of that is to be able to solve these pre-end games a little bit more exhaustively than Quackle is able to. Whether it's there yet, I'm not exactly sure. I've not used it. I'm just aware of its development, but I think there is some of the great thinkers of our game are sort of moving that field in that area further, and hopefully at some point we'll have some analysis at our disposal that sort of takes the messy human element, i.e. me and Matt, out of the equation and just gives us the cold hard numbers.
The players are going back now, and Adam's saying, okay, if I play Siderate here, how do you win? And Will has spotted a winning sequence there. So that's got to give Adam some peace of mind in terms of, well, if I played it in the other spot, you play your right, you hold YUS, I still lose. So Adam was sunk with either placement. Although Will had a terrible rack, he had just enough on it to sneak this one out. That was incredible. That was such a good game. I'm so happy I was able to watch that.
Yeah, great game. Also a really tough one to think about. So I think this was the last game before lunch. So we have a little bit of time to recover before we come back for more Scrabble this afternoon.
Okay. Lunch is going to end at 2:45. We'll be back on the stream 2:45 Eastern, but don't hop off just yet. Let's get Will's thoughts candidly right off the brain in what is going to be an immediate classic and probably the game of the tournament. I'm trying to catch up on the chat here as everything has exploded and the fireworks that we saw there, but it looks like we nearly have an engine, Macondo, that will put it together. Somebody smart do some things. Will, welcome back on the headset. Matt and Charles here. Oh my goodness, that was awesome. Just tell us candidly your thoughts after that barn burner of a game.
I guess just curious about the end game, wondering if there was any way to not make it quite so close. I'm trying to find anything that gets me over the finish line, and I had that calculated as a 1-point win. Maybe there's something better, but I'll take it. So seems to have yeah. Was there? We recounted the game. Oh, okay. Well, never mind. If I won by more, then great. But yeah, I had it as a 1 point.
Makes it even crazier.
Yeah, I had it as a 1-point win for me, but I could have. Maybe we missed something somewhere. Did you have me at 451?
No, we had you at 453.
Oh, okay. I must have misunderscored something. I don't know. Adam literally just counted all my plays, so maybe the same issue came up. But either way, a little disappointed with how long it took me to spot footwear. Other than that, no regrets really.
It gave us a moment of suspense when WOF was set up on the rack, but that was an incredible game. So talk to us about what we think was the play of the game, the pivotal moment, HUDDEN. How do you know that word? How confident were you when Adam challenged that word?
Not 100%. So I feel like in that situation, I'm down not quite 80. That play, if it is valid, is just so far better than some of the others that I identified. Like I think I had Dunch and a couple other variants of that. and it just was in my head as a word, and usually I trust my instincts when that happens, and I was very fortunate. I was a little nervous headed to the challenge computer. I fully expected it to be challenged. If Adam had any doubt whatsoever, I'm very relieved to get the good news. So I had no expectation the game would be so close. Clearly, rarely does a challenge decide the outcome of the game on spread, but that's what happened here, I guess.
Yeah, Hutton was such a flex and such a pivotal moment. Those 5 points ended being so key as well. Just an incredible game. One other very tough decision for you is the turn you had to play Pox with a ton of opportunities for Z bombs and other scoring opportunities. Walk us through your rationale there, your thought process, and if you thought you had the game in the bag at that point.
No, I was extremely nervous because there were a lot of other solid bingo tiles available. As you could see, Adam had a bunch of them when he played Ciderate. Two Z spots, I can't block both on one turn, so I just figured I'm going to try to block one and hope the other one doesn't get used by a Z bomb, and maybe I can get to it in a way that doesn't empty the bag. And if I can just get to the other one in time, I should be okay headed into the end game. But of course, his bingo and then pick of the Z put me in quite a lot of pressure. So I had to buckle down and figure out what to do. Couldn't really figure out how to block it for sure, while also setting me up to to go out into after my block. I didn't really see anything good. You guys could put me out of my misery right now if there was a better sequence, but I'm sure maybe there was, but at least
You
I
had
found one.
4 wins. I'll go ahead and put you out of your misery. 4 wins
Okay.
there. You chose the narrowest option. Of course, we had it as a 3-point victory in your book, but you chose the one that was straightforward and like it just couldn't be messed up. The others were sneaky. So down to the M and Mangler, you could have played Truism, making ET off the T in Cruciate. Or you could
Very nice.
play UI first, KUIA or KUIAS from the K through the A, holding on to either Yurt or Yurts and threatening those next turn. Those were the 4 wins.
Got it. Okay, so similar themes. Okay, so that would have been a nicer way to score well with the U and the I. Got it. Okay, didn't think of that stuff under pressure. Was just like totally, I just couldn't believe that. First of all, I had to come to grips with the idea that maybe not blocking the Z bomb was actually the best thing to do in the end game. And once I came to that realization, just had to stick with the one that I could verify. So lucky all around, for sure. So.
But it's not just luck. That play of Hutton is a play that so few people can pull the trigger on. That's the play that won you the game. We'll let you have the modesty, but that was incredible. Charles, I'm going to turn over to a question from you now.
Yeah, so first things, great job, Will, on an excellent performance. You pulled out that end game, bypassing the block of the Z-bomb to pull that one out. So great job. Myself and everybody else watching, we're big fans of your YouTube channel. Do you think that maybe an analysis of this game could appear possibly at some point in the future? I know you've got a big to-do list, but I think this game was very informative, very well played, and we've got some lessons to learn from this one.
I mean, yesterday I thought I had my game for YouTube from this event with the dentist game, where I making that Z setup. And now maybe it just has to be a series. Maybe we need the full, chronicle of the games here. I got to tell you, there have been some other absolutely bonkers ones that I've had off stream too. So maybe we're looking at a full series analyzing the best games from this event, where for whatever reason, it's just drama over and over for me. But I could easily see this one making it on there for sure.
And
they demand a YouTube video. So anyway, go ahead, Charles.
Yeah, and you've been spending a lot of time on YouTube recently, working on your videos, getting huge view counts, which we all appreciate. Not playing in so many tournaments recently. Do you feel like you're shaking off some rust here? Do you feel like you're on the top of your game? Of course, don't share any secrets that could be used against you. But how are you feeling about this tournament and your abilities right now?
I'm feeling good. I mean, it's just been a pleasure to be in so many close games. I had a game to start the day against Ben. That was a bit of a tough one for me. Austin also, but really those have been the only real major lopsided games for me. Every game has been close, so that's been fun. I feel like a little bit. It's weird. I feel a little bit rusty from some of that inactivity that might manifest itself in stuff like being a little slow to see footwear. Thankfully, I did eventually spot it. It's probably a word I haven't looked at in quite a while. I think what it's really manifesting as a little bit of slow play. I feel like I'm a little bit low on the clock pretty much every game. That's something that maybe I could clean up, but fortunately the actual plays that I'm choosing seem to be mostly okay. So yeah, I'm in okay form, maybe better than I expected. So I'm content.
Great to hear that,
Yeah.
Will. Matt, do you have anything else?
I am so ready for the YouTube videos that we are going to get, plural, from both your games in this tournament and some of the other bangers we've had on stream. There have been some blowouts, but this has given us so much content and gave us so much joy. Will, congratulations on the game of the tournament so far. A big win against a giant in the scene. Go get yourself some lunch, and best of luck in the tournament. Thanks for that, Will.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks, Charles. Thanks, everybody, for watching. Hit that sub button. Don't forget, let's play Scrabble.com. Got to do some plugs. I know you guys are doing them. So, all right. Thanks, both of you. Catch you later.
Well, now I'm in an
Will's
awkward
doing our
place.
job for us.
I was about to say those things, and now I don't know what to say. So I think I will say instead that we are back at 2:45 Eastern Time with 4 more games from Albany, New York. Everybody watching the stream, thanks. Much love. We like having you, and we will see you back at 2:45. Let's go touch some grass.